I'm very much in a space right now where I'm not doing anything that's going to compromise my peace and happiness. So I think just taking control, making sure you like maintain your power, don't give your power away to anybody. That I feel like is the key to like truly being happy.
Hey, bro, you better get ready to buckle up because this shit don't get no easier, bro. Once you think the grind gets easier, come on, bro, you silly, man. This grind's only for the strong ones, bro. And if you weak, I suggest you go ahead and leave. It's tough, but it's true. Be safe.
Until you figure it out, find you a hustle, make your money, and like you gotta have something figured out. Like you gotta have a goal. You just gotta work towards. You gotta manifest. So like it's a whole lot of power on your tongue, and you just gotta speak it into existence and work.
You gotta be cool not ever being recognized. You gotta be comfortable with that and not feel away about it as long as we get into the check.
I think you just got to know what you stand for and know what you represent, know what's true to you. Because you can't please everybody. You can't be everything to everybody, but you could be true and you could be yourself and comfortable in your skin.
What's happening, everybody? It's your boy Kreative. Go ahead, say it with me. We are back at it again to do what? To create something great. Now today I'm super excited what I have planned for y'all today. We're going to be going over, this is our vibe coding session 1, and I know we've like picked this up last year, but since this is a new year, happy new year to everybody, by the way. If this is your first time watching here at Kreative Kodr, our aim is to be able to create algo trading bots, different kind of AI agents, and being able to interwoven machine learning into that as well. Today, we're going to be going over my top 3 lessons that I learned from trading or testing 46 different trading bots in 2025. And here's what I learned for 2026. I'm going to be going over 3 different lessons on what I picked up. So if you haven't already, I need you to go ahead and like and subscribe. And I'm going to go ahead and jump over to cursor in order to do this. So again, today's goal is to be able to go over the lessons that I've learned in paper trading or trading 46 different bots in 2025. And these are bots that were mean reversion bots, momentum bots, gap fill bots, squeeze bots, right? You name it. We've built it and tested it. Now, in 2026, I'm going to take the lessons that I've learned and being able to apply it just to make sure that our trading endeavor gets a bit better. Now, when it comes to algo trading, I've been doing this since about July of last year and coding since about April of 2025. And I wanted to be able to share my process with y'all. And I've been streaming or letting you all in onto my coding sessions for the past 6-7 weeks now. So again, we're going to be going over the 3 critical lessons. I just want to be able to reiterate, this is educational content. I am not a financial advisor. If you do seek financial advice, please make sure you talk to a certified financial planner. Financial advisor are those that are licensed in order to assist you. This is merely what? Educational content. Let's go ahead and keep going. So this is how we're going to be breaking it down. I tested 46 different trading algorithms, back tested it across 2021 to 24, and focused on primarily on 0 DTE options. 0 DTE options, these are option contracts that expire the same day. What is an option? An option is a contract that gives you the right, but not the obligation to buy or sell 100 shares of a particular asset. Now, the assets that we normally trade are ETFs. ETFs are exchange traded funds. So imagine a quilt, right? So you know how a quilt has different patches. So an ETF represents a company, or excuse me, a quilt that you can be able to purchase without having to buy the individual company. So to say that in a better way, right? You could bundle your purchases if you want to be able to buy Apple, Microsoft, Qualcomm, Warner's, right? There's many different ETFs you can be able to purchase instead of buying the individual stocks. So an ETF allows us to be able to bundle different stocks up for different initiatives. So SPY is an ETF. This is the top 500 companies within the New York Stock Exchange. QQQ is the top 100 tech companies within the NASDAQ. XSP, that's mini SPY, so that's like SPY's little brother. And IWM is the Russell 2000, the top 2000 small cap companies. And these are companies, small cap, I believe is under 350 million. I don't want to steer you wrong. Small cap companies are how much in US? I just double check because I'm pretty sure it's 300 million. So 300 million to 2 billion. That's crazy if you think about it, right? A small cap company damn near that much. Under 300 million, right? You're still considered a small cap company. And that's the IWM. IWM has the top 2,000 small cap companies. And the strategies that we're going to be focused on today are mean reversion, momentum, and machine learning based strategies. So the first lesson is going to be what we learned on our mean reversion strategies. And what is mean reversion? Mean reversion is when you see an underlying asset, right, that's pushing to be able, let's represent, this is the price of SPY, right? And again, SPY is the S&P 500, the top 500 companies within the New York Stock Exchange. And with our mean reversion strategy, we're saying that, okay, we know that SPY may push resistance levels, and what's resistance is when a price is making higher highs, right, or touch support levels. That's when a price is making lower lows. But we all know that it's going to revert back to its average. I think a better way to be able to depict that is, let's go look at the actual stock chart, right? And I'm going to look at QQQ. And again, QQQ, the top 100 companies within the NASDAQ. And I'm looking at QQQ on the 1 minute chart. So what that means is that each one of these candlesticks represents 1 minute of action between the buyers and the sellers. When you're looking at a green candlestick, that means that the buyers or the bulls are in control. Their main aim is to be able to do what? Is to push and get new resistance levels, right? Then when you're looking at red candles, those are the sellers or the bears. Their main aim is to be able to do what? They want to push and test new support levels, right? So bears, they want to be able to push it lower, and bulls, they want to be able to push it higher. All right. So the reason I like looking at Bollinger Bands because it does a great job to be able to depict how something is going to be. So let's explain the Bollinger Bands. So this top line here is going to represent the overbought line. So that's when interest is piling up on the individual stock or asset, right? Like a lot of people are in FOMO, right? So they think they're going to be able to miss out. So they want to be able to get in on an asset because of some news, because of a new adding to an ETF or something cool that they're doing, right? So whenever you're seeing an asset on the overbought line, that's normally a little FOMO is setting in, right? So that's this top line. That's this red line. This middle line is going to represent our moving average, right? And this moving average is taking the past, I don't want to lie to you, the past 20, estimate 20. So the past 20 candles, right? So the past 20 minutes of action, and it wants to be able to get a simple moving average of what the price is. So that's what this blue line represents. And the moving average could be an SMA, it can be an EMA, it can be a DEMA, right? It can be a KMA. Right, there's so many different moving averages that you can substitute here, but we kept it simp, and this is going to represent SMA, our simple moving average, and this bottom line is going to represent our oversold line, right? So what happens when oversold happens? So these are individuals that are thinking that they're in panic mode, right? Either that the market is probably dipped a couple of points. Excuse me, I had a cough. I didn't want to cough in your ear. But nonetheless, the underlying market has dipped a couple of points, right? Or that there's bad news came out about the individual stock or ETF or whatever it may be. Or there's just everybody just in just to keep it simple, just in panic mode, right? So what I want to show you is how Bollinger Bands is being able to say, okay, you know what, right here, we're seeing panic mode, right? Everybody's trying to get out of the position that they're in for QQQ because of whatever happening for this underlying date. Now it's Sunday, right? The market isn't open, right? So this is from Friday's close, and that was the second. So that was the first trading day of the year. Look at that. Hope y'all did well. We were all right, but there's a couple things I noticed that I needed to fix as well. And all this is going to be covered today in this vibe coding session. Like, I honestly want to be able to treat this like so, never mind. When you get there, we'll be able to see. But let's keep going. What's that saying? So we're seeing how we're getting the oversold territory, right? Now, what mean reversion says, okay, you know what? Even though people are panicking, I'm going to bet that the price is going to revert back to its average, right? And that's what it did here, right? So people are panicking. The price reverted back to its average. Now, people are in FOMO, right? Super FOMO. What did the price do? Revert back to its average, right? People are panicking again. What did the price do? Revert back to its average. So mean reversion allows us to be able to bet that even though the price may get overextended, right, either in an overbought or undersold territory, right, we're going to bet that it's going to go back to its average. I'm going to talk about how we found out that you need 3+ confirmations when you're betting on mean reversion. Momentum, super simple strategy, right? This is a strategy that you're betting that there's an uptrend or a downtrend. Trend is just the overall sentiment or the state of the market right now, snapshot when you're looking at it real time. And we figured out that we're going to need 2 times the magnitude when it comes to momentum strategies. And lesson 3 is whenever we're back testing, whenever we're seeing low signal frequency, right, plus 10 different versions, we're seeing it equals overfitting, right? So bottom line, most bots fail. The winners share common patterns, and we're understanding why they fell is more valuable than copying the winners, right? So that's why I want to take some time to be able to figure out what didn't work, so we can be able to understand what will work, right, when it comes to building on a bot. So let's go ahead and jump into lesson 1. I gotta fix that because every time it does it, like, it goes all the way to the bottom, but whatever. All right, lesson 1 is going to be the mean reversion. So first thing I want to talk about is what is a falling knife. It sounds like what it is, right? So what a falling knife is, so imagine a dropping knife from a table, right? A bad idea is to try to catch a knife while it's still falling. What's going to happen? You'll definitely get cut, right? Don't recommend that. A good idea is to wait until it hits the ground, it stops, and it equals, and it's going to be safe. So in trading, the knife equals the stock price that is falling, right? Catching it is buying it while it's still falling it. So that's catching a falling knife, right? Waiting is buying after it shows signs of bouncing back. So an extension is the price or the knife is still falling, right? The price is still dropping. It hasn't touched its true support levels yet, right? It's still trying to find its homeostasis. And then reversion is when the price stops and it starts bouncing back up or bouncing down, right? Whichever way we're betting. So here's a visual example of how it's going to work. So here's the price, right? Our x-axis and y-axis. And here's time. And we have an extension. We have the price that keeps falling. Now, what I thought was like, all right, bet. Let me buy when it's extended a little bit. Now, there's a way to be able to do this, but you have to be it's a little bit more nuanced than one would think, right? So what we were doing is buying when the price was still falling, we're still extending, right? This is when I figured out, okay, don't buy here because we're buying into classic falling knives territory, right? The better bet is to be able to buy out the reversion, buy out the bouncing back, right? This is where you want to buy after a few flat bars, right? After a few dojis. That's what these represents here, right? What is a doji? A doji is indecision. So let me show you an example of dojis. Look at that. We have a couple right here. So remember I told you these candlesticks represents a battle, right, between the bears and the bulls, right? Whenever you have a big body candle type shit, whenever you have a big body candle, right, we have true conviction that whomever is the color is that they really won that war, right? So when you have a big body candle like this, that shows me, okay, bet the bulls definitely have conviction for this particular minute, right? But then we have a doji. So what this doji is setting up for, we have a falling star, a hammer, and we have a falling star, right? So this hammer doji, right? This lets me know that the bears tried to push new support levels, but they were unsuccessful in doing so because the bulls came back in. It's like, yo, I don't know what you're doing right now. Like, I'm trying to slide. Like, I am making money. Let me continue to keep printing money for the people there, right? But the bears came in. It's like, yo, like, calm down a little bit. This is just too much, too fast, right? So that's when we're seeing this doji here, and this doji lets us know there's indecision, right? A better example would be right here. Like, that's a straight doji. I ain't gonna hold you, right? Super indecision, like super flat. So we can have a doji that's bear. We can have a doji that's bull, right? Doji bear, you're going to see these hammers. Sometime doji bear could be on the bottom too. Let me see if I can find one for you. Like, it don't always have to be hammers, right? But this is just letting you know, all right, a little clear sample of what market is going to do. We have a hammer shooting star. All right, bet maybe it's going to drop for a little bit, and that's what happened, right? So what the dojis represent is indecision. So that's what I wanted to show you here, right? The price isn't really moving, so you have indecision, right? Indecision already baked in, and then we have a pop, right? So the losers bought at extension and the winners waited for the reversion. Why? So these are a couple of our strategies I want to like talk to you about, and we've built these strategies with y'all. So some of the names may be a bit familiar, right? If you do have any questions regarding this, let me know. Let me check my levels. So, beautiful. So, trust but verify. That's kind of ironic, right? So this strategy wasn't able to make it. It had 9 trades. The method was Bollinger Bands and RSI alone. I just showed you Bollinger Bands. What RSI allows us to be able to do is is the market overbought or oversold, right? So the rule of the thought here was that, all right, bet I'm going to see when the market is going to touch the bands, right? Bet. So that lets me know we're Gucci them there. Now I want to figure out what direction is the market going in, right? And I thought being able to have the overbought and oversold there was going to be able to give me a little bit of direction, but it didn't turn out to be the case, fam, right? So why it failed? Because all 9 trades were losers, literally 0 wins. Signals fired while the price was still falling. We have extension, right? BB plus RSI extreme is not enough for 0 DTE. And aggressive position sizing. And again, I don't agree there. I think it was the former, not the latter, that ruined these strategies. Then we have me is what they call me, right? This was a multi-indicator ML machine learning strategy. We had 6 indicators and a classification model in here. And this classification model told, and what we have, so when it comes to machine learning, right? What is machine learning? Is being able to teach a computer to be able to recognize patterns. That's it. Right? Don't try to punch it up. Don't try to make it more than what it is. That is machine learning and all of its gloriousness, right? So what we bought in was a classification model. Now I normally use these 2 different types of models, right? A classification and a regressor model. A classification model sounds exactly what it means, right? It puts things into categories and it's trying to answer qualitative questions, right? For an example, will this trade work? Yes or no. Should I get into this trade? Yes or no. Will VIX pop? Yes or no. So that's an example of classification or qualitative answers that this XGB model was trying to answer for. Then we have regressive models. Regressive models are quantitative, right? It's trying to be able to answer, okay, how much buy, right? If I get into this position, how much ROI can I expect? If I get into this position, how much will I expect to lose? Like shit like that. That's what the regressor models are trying to answer. Again, regressor, quantitative, classification, qualitative. Beautiful. Yeah, we're back in school again, man. I can go hold you. Results. Even though we had the multi-indicators, right, with machine learning, right? So I had 6 different indicators, fam, plus machine learning. I thought it was gonna fly. So we use Z-score, ATR, RSI, plus it's all this shit, right, in order to get it. Objective testing on 17,843 signals showed no edge. Strategy was catching falling knives, entering before the reversal confirms. More indicators doesn't always equal better results, right? And I just stacked it on here. And I'm thinking maybe if I like super simplify this, maybe if I take out, but that's not for here. This is why it failed. So let's just stick there. Then Gridiana or Grid or Nah. Why it failed. This was a grid strategy. What is a grid strategy? Is when you set up predefined profit targets or stop loss targets, right? And I was using the Bollinger Bands in order to do that. 0 win rate, 8 losses, complete failure. Grids are arbitrary. Price don't care about your lines. The facts. I think whenever somebody says, hey, why don't you create a grid? Price don't care about your lines, bruh. Especially when it comes to 0 DTE strategies, right? No momentum or directional filter bought in falling markets. BB alone doesn't confirm the reversal is happening. It just confirms that it's going to be overbought or oversold, right? So we try to use a grid strategy. And a grid strategy, all it is just a pricing structure strategy, right? So the only indicator that I was using was Bollinger Bands, right? So just Bollinger Bands by itself, that's what wrecked the strategy. So let me show you a couple that worked. Kit 2 times. This used a Scholastic BB power plus the RS exit, right? And the reason that it works is because there was an oscillator, so it can tell me, okay, are we in a trending market, uptrending market, or in a downtrending market, right? That's just what the Scholastic is going to tell me. Then we're going to measure how much of momentum do we have in that particular market, right? So that's what the BB power told us. And then if you remember, we did use realized skew in order to exit whenever the position or the market turns against us, right? So here's a few stats for that. And then we had range baby. Range baby was ATR range detection. ATR is the filter, only trade when the market is moving enough for a profit. Our range detection identifies when the price hits support and resistance levels. Remember, support is when the asset is making lower lows, and resistance is when it's making higher highs. And here's a few of the assets. Rock solid. One of our good ones is this range baby. And then RSI for me, this is my high frequency trading strategy. Strategy traded RSI extremes EMA with the 212 crossover and a VWAP filter, right? So RSI let us know when we're in overbought or oversold territories, right? So if you're looking at it, RSI is the trend, right? Here is the price movement, right? To be able to confirm that there's action in the underlying price. And then VWAP lets us know that we're getting a fair price, right? We're not overbuying or overselling. So that's what VWAP lets you know. And here's the stats for 92 win rate, and over 200% when it comes to the ROI. Why it worked? Because the RSI extremes and the EMA crossover, plus we had a VWAP filter. So the takeaway is that when it comes to mean reversion, you're going to need oscillator extremes. You're going to need volatility context, and you're going to need early exit protection, right? So simple formula is BB plus RSI equals 0% win rate. Why? Is because we're catching falling knives. And what is a falling knife? Is when the price is continuing to fall, right? There is no reversion. It's still extending, right? So a visual representation is, here's the failed approach, and here's the actual winning formula, right? So if you want to take a little snippet here, is like to be able to copy my code, quote unquote. And we're going to get into some code. I ain't going to hold you, but I want to lay the foundation, lay the groundwork. So let's keep this going, fam. So now we're going to talk about our momentum strategies. So what is the magnitude threshold? So think of it as waves at a beach. A small ripple, you can't surf them. They're too weak, right? And a big waves, you can surf them and they're strong enough. So in trading small price moves, anything between 1 times or 1.5 times normal, this is just noise or random wiggles. But when we have a big price move, and we classify that as anything 2 times normal, right? This is real momentum that we can trade. So 2x means that the candle is twice as big as the average. Okay, so here's some of the reasons why the losers failed. Twin mirrors, right? So this was a candlestick pattern, and I was trying to bet on the hammers and shooting stars, and I'm probably going to go back to this because I have a couple of ideas in order to resuscitate this, homie. I'm sorry if that was a trigger one to anybody, because that was kind of to me, so my fault. So results is because it had the hammer and shooting star patterns are lagging indicators, right? When you're looking at just candlestick patterns, right? And by the time you see the patterns, the move is already almost done. So there's no trend context. We equal long and short signals in any regime. And even with volume and range filters, it still failed. But I still have a couple ways to be able to help homie out. And then we have gamma, which is our gamma squeeze. Why it fails is because only one trade triggered the entire 2024. We required way too much. Over engineering equals no trades or no profits, right? When you try to be a little bit too smart for yourself and think, oh, I want to add every single thing into a property, or excuse property, holy shit, little Freudian slip there. You want to add every single thing into your strategy, it doesn't necessarily work, right? So that's what showed us why it didn't work. Then we have second chance. So I'm showing you, and the reason I want to go through this is because I'm showing you that there's candlestick patterns that don't work, but there's also candlestick patterns that do work, right? Second chance, it came from the second chance to be able to bring back twin mirrors, right? Method was that 210 candles plus volume, and here's the results. We tested on 1.68 candle threshold. Both failed catastrophically. 2.5 time candles is the real move, and it's rideable. Pause. Volume spike is 0.88 is the factor, confirms that the institutional participation. And then we have multiple TPs where we lock in our profits aggressively. And then we have Bear Baby, which is a 5-bar breakout strategy plus volume spike. Why this worked is because the 5-bar breakout with the 0.05 minimum move. We had a volume spike multiplier, and also our maximum hold time was 2.5 minutes. So this was a legit get in, get out, and don't overstay our welcome, right? You know those people that say, oh, I'm in town, vote with me. But then they just like stay. Like, bro, what you about to do, man? What you about to do? All right, let me keep going. 91% over 173 trades. This was very reliable. Then we have our mixtape, Urker. And whenever I want to drop a mixtape, like, all right, let me drop my shit. I'm going to skip over this one. Reason being so is because, let me just going to skip over this one real quick. All right, the takeaway is that momentum needs a magnitude threshold of 2.5 times the candle, right? And 0.05 for the move, dual confirmation. We want the price, volume, or an indicator, plus we want to understand what trend or what way the market is going. And then facts exit, like get in and get out, right? Single confirmation equals whipsaw. Price goes back and forth. We will lose, right? 1.5 to 1.8 threshold tested and failed catastrophically, but all that depends on the particular strategy. Here's the magnitude threshold. We're saying that anything less than 2.0, right, you're going to get weak signals, but you have a strong signal when you have 2.5 times. We have a tradable momentum plus your volume confirmation. All right, before we actually start getting into our work, and like I got to pull some data from Theta Data and also pull some data from bar chart as well. So we are going to be getting into some work, but right now I just wanted to review our the lessons, right? What is overfitting? So imagine you're studying for a test by memorizing the exact answers. You see the practice test, you memorize those questions. You fail the real test because those are different questions you never saw. And trading, overfit equals your bot memorized past data perfectly. It looks amazing on historic tests or back testing. Excuse me, but it fails on new data because the future is different, right? Red flags created 10 versions and kept tweaking until the past looked good. Only worked in 1 year. It memorized the year's patterns. And less than 50 trades is not enough to be able to prove that it's having real edge, right? And so here's some red flags why it failed. Only 2 trades in 2023 versus 136 in 2024. It's a 68 times difference. This is classic overfitting. And then we have the gap play, why it only worked in bear markets, right? But only 26 trades in 11 months, right? So being able to see this is another classic example of overfitting, right? And here's some good examples of being able to have cross-year validation. We already talked about mixtape, 2-seater, and this is something that got ridiculous, right? Being able to mix SPY and QQQ, we're able to get $1 million over returns, and that's kind of crazy. And I'm going to show y'all the back test, and I even built it here with y'all. So $1 million in returns if I would have traded in 2024, 800,000 if I would have traded this strategy in 2023. And I'm interested to see, and that's why I want to pull the data for 2025, because there's a couple of strategies that I need to tweak, and I kind of added a couple things here and there to be able to make sure they're Gucci'd in. But matter of fact, that's what I should have did. Have the data download, because it's a year's worth of data, fam. Hold on. I should have did that. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, fam. Give me a second. Let me open this folder. I just thought about it. I was like, bro, I should have had the data download while we're doing that, because it can definitely take a little bit. Hold on. Boom. Where is it? Data walkthrough. Where is it? Oh, wrong folder. Haha. Haha. Where is it? Boom. Boom. All right, let me go get Claude Code real quick. I'm using the Sonnet 4.5 model. I don't need to use Opus. This is super simp. What I'm about to do here. Well, matter of fact, I don't even need you. I forgot. I made a fetcher. That's what's. I love my brain sometimes. I made a fetcher file that all I had to do was whenever I need to go get data, right? I just changed the symbol. Like, bet. Let me go grab QQQ. And I want to grab it from the 1st, 2025, and then 12. We're grabbing 0 DTE. These are option contracts that expire the same day. Expiration, override with specific expiration, none to use expiration type. So none. No, we're Gucci there. We're Gucci there. Strikes, we want both the calls and the puts. Calls is when we're calls is when we're bullish on the market, and we think the market is going to go up. Puts is when we're bearish on the market, we think the market is going to go down. So I'm pulling both of those. And here's all the Greeks that we're going to put, all the endpoints. Trade is going to be the trade plus the NBBBO quote data. And then we have the Greeks, and this is going to be all the Greeks except for gamma as a way to be able to calculate gamma. I'll show you that. And then we have the open, high, low, close of the candlestick bars. And then we have IV, implied volatility. And then we have end of day Greeks. And open interest. Time frame is going to be 1 minute. And I'm using QQQ. I already showed you that. All right, batch size. No, this is like actually for the file. So I did what I needed to do. Let me go ahead and run ya. All right. Confirm. And I love what it does here, right? Just to make sure we're Gucci them. Confirm. Remember I told you NASDAQ 100 tech heavy ETF tracks the 100 largest NASDAQ companies tech. Yes, auto fetching. So we're going to be downloading the full year of 2025. I love when it works. Yes, and let's make sure you're Gucci. All right, bet. So it's downloading the full year of 2025 option Greek data for us from Theta Data. All right, let me just make sure it's Gucci before I let it go, because I should have had this started when we first got this underway. And I'm downloading QQQ first, and then I'm going to go grab SPY. All right, bet. So it said estimated 2 hours. I think it's going to be a lot quicker than that, right? So let me let this download. Let's come back to our session. We talked about why it worked. The takeaway, right? Red flags. When we have trades of less than 50 in a year, it's this classic overfitting, right? Or regime dependent strategy. There's nothing wrong with being regime dependent, right? As long as your strategy is making money. Because I have a bot that only trades in bear markets, and it does very well, right? Our fade bear bot only trades in bear markets. So that is an example of a regime dependent strategy, right? So it's no problem with being able to, I'll show y'all how well that bot does. All right, so there's no problem with being able to have that. The only issue is making sure that, like, all right, it's not less than 50 trades, right? When you have more than 10 versions, it's possible curve fitting, right? Being able to, a little bit more fancy way of being able to say that you're overfitting it for a particular year. If it only works in 1 year, this is luck, not edge. All right, successful is proven over multiple years. It works across 100 or 200 trades, right? Prove is edge, and then minimal changes year per year. Right. So here's the strategies that we're going to be reviewing during this particular session. This is going to be our nerds with glasses. This is a concept when the retail traders panic, we profit from their exhaustion. So just by looking at that, right, when retail traders panic, we profit from their exhaustion. What do you think that is? Is that mean reversion, right? Is that gap fill? Is that momentum? Is that breakout? What type of strategy do you think that is? All right, and the data is downloading. Gucci them. It's on the 8th. All right, Gucci. Mean reversion. So how it works is going to detect a sharp move greater than or equal to 0.4 in the past 5 bars, right, on the past 5 minutes. Each bar here represents 1 minute of action, and we're going to wait for the volume to decline. This is panic subsiding. Then we're going to confirm that the RSI and Bollinger Bands are extreme. Then we're going to enter the mean reversion bet, whether it's going to be we're betting that it's going to rally or we're betting that it's going to drop, right? And our maximum hold time is going to be 4 minutes. And this is something I could probably tweak here with 2 profit targets. And this is going to be 20% and 12%. Multiple things that we saw what worked here based off our lessons, right? Multiple confirmation. So we have price, volume, and oscillator, excuse me. Early protection, which is the dual profit and the 4-minute time stop. And then fade the extension, retail exhaustion, not random reversals. So what we're going to be working on here is being able to optimize the threshold, volume declining detection, what percentile, and then being able to adjust the RSI and BB, and then testing the strategy on 2025. Here's another one, Nerds Baby BT. This is a price always returns to VWAP. We profit from the deviation. So how it works, we're going to detect the 0.3 deviation from the VWAP, and then the Keltner channel confirms the overbought or oversold, and the RSI as the oscillator, and then we're going to wait for the reversal candle, excuse me. We're not catching falling knives, and then we're going to exit when the price returns to the VWAP or 18%. This was it. I was looking for because there's a strategy that was built. It's like, all right, when the price returns to the VWAP, but this is it. This is Nerds Baby. All right, I'm glad that we're going to come here. This is the lessons learned that it applied, and this is our developmental focus, being able to mess with some of the thresholds, that reversal candle definition, what counts, and then Keltner versus Bollinger Band comparison, and then the trade frequency across the years. And then here's our BB power strategy. We focus on the strongest directional moves. How it works is that it's going to be using the bull bear power indicator, and this uses the EMA 5 in order to figure out who has the most control. Is it the bulls or the bears? And this is the minimum threshold that we're looking for, and we're using one of the fast EMAs, which is the DEMA. This is like 3 EMAs, excuse me, on top of each other. EMA is already fast itself, the exponential moving average, but when you add 3 of them on top of each other, you have damn near 0 lag. But there's a 0 lag moving average, which is ZLMA, but that one could be a little tricky to use. I haven't kind of cracked that one yet, but DEMA, the homie. 3-minute max hold time, and then 10% stop loss. Here's the lessons that we applied, and here's our developmental focus. So let's go ahead and get into our work, fam, that I have planned for y'all. So what I want to do, I'm already downloading the data from Theta Data, right? The data is being downloaded from Theta Data, so that's Gucci. And we're downloading our Greek data that we're going to be testing for 2025. You know what I also need to do is go get the VIX data. I'm going to go get the VIX data via bar chart. I just want to make sure that is Gucci. All right, beautiful. All right, this is where I want to get the VIX data from using bar chart. And the reason I'm using bar chart is because super simple, and it doesn't take that much in order to get what we need, right? So let me just start here to show you what I'm going to be using. And what is VIX? VIX is the volatility index. It allows us to be able to gauge, it's the panic index, right? So let me just show you VIX real quick. So here's VIX. It's been kind of spotty lately. And when the market closed on Friday, VIX was at 1451. So it's not really elevated. VIX is kind of calm. It's the volatility or the fear index that allows us to be able to gauge how panicked or how calm the market is right now. And with VIX being at 14, it lets us know that, okay, the market is calm. It's not expecting any big moves. So what I want to do for our data, because we already have VIX from 2020 to 2024, but I need to download 2025. So what I'm going to do is put VIX, and I'm using bar chart, and VIX came from CBOE, which is the Chicago Board of Options Exchange, if you ever wondered. If you ever have a Jeopardy question. All right, so what I'm going to do is I need intraday, 1 minute, ascending, and then we're going to do 2025, fam. Wait, did I do the wrong thing? Yep. Okay. 2025. Boom. Why are you tripping? What you tripping about? Okay, hold on. Clear. Clear. Okay. Let me see how much we can get. Let me see if I can go through this 60 days at a time, because I tried this before, and 30 days at a time I know I can do. But let me see if I can do 60 days at a time. So I'm doing VIX intraday, so I'm using 1 minute data, and it's going to download from January to the end of February. So let's go ahead and download. We have 250 of them things that we can download every day. All right, let me go look at it. Let me go open it up real quick. Give me a second. Let me open and let's verify the data. I'm opening it up. All right, here's the data. Let's verify it. Let me zoom in so you can actually see. Come on, don't do that. Okay, here we go. All right, let's look at the data. Let's see what we actually have. So that's the 23rd. Let me see if we actually have all the days. No, it's jumping around. Y'all see that, right? It's jumping around. Why don't I have all of January? So it looks like I have all of February. Maybe. Okay. So what this is telling me, we need to do it 1 month at a time. That kind of sucks because it starts on the 23rd, but I asked for the 1st. Bam. So this is telling me we need to do this 30 days at a time, which kind of blues, fam. All right. I can move you to the trash. All right, let me confirm now. So y'all see? Y'all see? We have the full day, right? Gives us the open, the high, the low, the latest, and the change. All right, bet. Matter of fact, I feel like, let me see, because I feel like the data that I can get from IBKR is a little bit more comprehensive. IBKR is Interactive Broker. I just found out that I can get VIX from them, which is kind of crazy. Shit, if I'd have done that, I would even paid for this. But hold on, let me go to IBKR real quick. Let's compare. IBKR. So I have the same type of fetcher file. Here's VIX. I forgot about this one. So we can pull VIX and VXN. All right, VIX. Bet. Let me see if I can pull. Bet. Let's pull the whole year real quick. Did I already pull it? Where do you save? Hold on. Where do you? Okay. Output. Open, high, low, close. Open, high, low, close. VIX 2025. 1 day. Holy cow. But it's parquet. Hold on. I need to actually see what we have here. Because I already have. We damn near almost had the year, fam. Let me, hold on. What I want to do. Okay, this is January, right? And we have January here too, right? So this is January from bar chart. And I'm going to confirm this with the one that I grabbed from IBKR. What I need is, I need a Claude Code session real quick. Let me get a Claude Code session up. All right. Review the following using Parquet tools, Pi Arrow, and other terminal commands. Then also compare to Okay. Then advise which set is more comprehensive for VIX data. All right. We're downloading our option data right now for with data, and as y'all can see here, we're in February, so Gucci. Now what I'm doing here is I'm having Claude Code compare the two data that we downloaded, one from IBKR, which is Interactive Broker, and then one that y'all just seen me downloaded from Bar Chart, and I want to see which one is more comprehensive, and that'll be the one that we're going to use for our testing. The CSV is more comprehensive, really. 15,000 1-minute data versus the data. Oh, hold on. Give me 1 second. So you're saying this is more comprehensive? How is this more comprehensive? Oh, you see? Because I'm getting 1-minute data. You see? Look how many data points we're getting just for. Let me show you how many data points we're getting just for the second. We're getting, just for January the 2nd. All right, fam. All right, fam. All right, fam. Goodness gracious. Just for the second, I'm trying to make a point, and this is like, holy shit, I didn't think it was that much. Just for the second, January 2nd, this is how much VIX data, and this is minute data, so I can understand it, why it's so granular. All right, the market just opened. Okay, let me move past. Because you get pre-market, and we get post-market from IBKR. So here in post-market, market closed. I think it's going to go to 7. Okay. We get from 777. We get from 3 a.m. Y'all saw that? 3 a.m., 3:40 a.m. till damn near. All right, bro. You ain't gonna make me just do this again. 3:40 to 4:14. That's what's up. Okay. So I guess we guys go download this data now. All right, let me go download it. I gotta do it manually, y'all, because y'all see I try to do it more. All right, let me try it again. So we're gonna go from the 3rd. All right, clear. So we're gonna go from the 3rd, and this is bar chart. And then I'm not even gonna play with you. Let me just download it one at a time, because y'all saw that I gotta do this one at a time, and I'll just need 1 year, so that's no problem. Okay, clear, clear. Beautiful. We're gonna do the 3rd. Until the 31st. Y'all just give a second. Beautiful. Clear. Clear. Then we're going to, this is very tedious. I'm not going to hold you, but this is the best VIX data that I've seen so far that gives you granular data that you need when it comes to being able to backtest your strategies. So let's go ahead. We're in May. I just need to do this 1 month at a time. I tried to do a bulk download, but it didn't work. Like it cut off some of January, excuse me, and it only had part of February. So I just got to do this just one at a time. Just give me a second. We're in June. I'm almost done. I'm getting a little rhythm to this. And if y'all do have any questions in the interim, please let me know. What I just finished covering is the top 3 mistakes that I've learned from paper trading last year. And I've only was paper trading for like maybe 3 months. And I'm really excited to be able to like get this whole journey started with y'all this year. I want to be documenting it all. The 29th. All right. So y'all can really see what's Gucci them. I can't wait. Like this VIX data is going to tell us a lot. Because now I have 4 full years of or 5 really of VIX. Bruh. Shit. Now I gotta go. Damn it. I hate when that happens. I gotta go see which one is the last one I downloaded. Give me a second. Damn. I didn't actually fucking A. All right, let me see which one is this. This is August. I need September. Boom. Now I need to go get October. I know this is very tedious. Y'all just bear with me. This is going to be very useful. November. Stop being a hoe. Thank you. And then this was just last month, right? We were in last year, last month. Not we were last year, earlier this week. That's crazy. Shit. Clear. December. That's crazy, right? We're right here. It's crazy. What I want to say, the 1st through the 31st. That's just wild to be able to think. All right, bet. Now I got my data. Let me go back to. I need you. All right. What I want to do is let me create a new one. Let me say bar chart. And then I'm going to add you here. Give me 3 shakes of a second. All right. Let's make sure this is the full year before we make the parquet versions of it. Run a few terminal commands to ensure nothing is missing and full year data for VIX. I feel like I should just go down, go grab VXN too. Let me go see where our other one is at. Where are you? Please. Oh, you're in March. Bet. I told you it was going to take 3 hours. We're just chugging along there, but we're in March. So give me a second. Let me come here. I need to have you just review that data. Get me right. Let me have you review. Okay, fully confirmed. Okay. Double check and make sure good before we proceed and you didn't miss anything. Go ahead and double check your work. It's not like I don't trust you, but get right. Then I want to make the parquet version of this file. So that'll be Gucci. You know what I need to go do too is I need to go download the open high low close. Okay, I could go get that. All right, bet. Let me go show you an example of a parquet file. Printer baby. And what is the difference between a parquet file and an Excel file? A parquet file is one that the computer can read a little bit easier. I have part of 2025, but not the full year. This is the full first time I got the full thing. All right. Review using parquet tools, pi arrow, and different terminal commands to understand the structure of this one before we create 2025 parquet files. Make sure you get it first. Well, all right. I kind of need to put you. Let me just put you. Yeah. Let me just move you there. Just be there for right now. Just be there. Check me out. Check me out. Feel like I'm a rapper now. All right, let me be quiet. You know what I was having earlier is like I kind of want to put the vibes back on. Y'all let me know if this is too much. double check and make sure you're not missing even the smallest of details. Let me know if this is too much. Is that too loud? Can y'all still hear me? I'm not gonna hold you. These vibes do be getting me through these sessions. Let me know if it's too much. Oh shit, it just stopped, didn't it? My fault. Alright, there it is. Wait. Okay, it's still going. Back. Crapola, bro. Can you please just listen to me? Alright, my fault. Let me get the vibes going. Here you go. My fault. I kind of crashed doing that. Time. Okay, bet. It got everything. Okay. Now check the CSV version once more and make sure you're not missing anything before we proceed with creating said file. Well, all right, I'm going to grab some Algo while it's output. We back. I appreciate your patience. Had to go catch the vibes. Vibes are still playing. It's not too loud, is it? I bet. All right. Let's proceed. Let me go check on the other data. All right, it just finished up March. Shit, I really should have downloaded this before. My fault. We're not going to spend the whole time being able to like go through data. I'm not going to hold you. All right, bet. So I'm organizing the VIX data into Parquet. Okay, bet. It just did it. All right. Now run a few QA terminal commands to it to make sure complete and good. Now what I'm going to do is have it give us, while I'm waiting, might as well just like see what the data can do, right? We have a full 5 year, half a decade of data for VIX for the 2000s. I really think this is going to help us being able to understand a little bit more of the volatility, if you would, right, of the data. So this is paramount. Definitely paramount. Thank you to the new subscriber. Welcome. I hope you do find value in everything that we're doing here. Have a lot of great things planned for y'all for this year. A lot of fantastic things. So stick around. If you haven't already, I do need you to like and subscribe if you did find value to this video. Maybe others would too, right? So let's go ahead and push it out to others to make sure that they can get it. All right, beautiful. So now we have our valid VIX data. So we're Gucci. So now what I want to do is compare it. We're going to get the full 5 year comparison of VIX. I'm going to do that here live with y'all so we can see what VIX was talking about for the full past 5 years. Okay. Now we have the past 5 years of VIX. Yay. Huh. We want to thoroughly analyze the data and what VIX has been doing these past 5 years. Let's break it down to monthly, yearly, quarterly, shit, can I spell quarterly? There we go. Daily. We even want year over year, month over month, day over day, and quarter over quarter. Seasonally, right? And anything else we didn't mention, so we can properly see what VIX has been doing. You can either create a file to do this or run terminal commands. No, create a file. I want to have this. Create a file to do this. Make sure we're following OOP standards, right? And the output is digestible in a way that even a 12-year-old can get it. Now make sure that the beginning has a quick, not long, overview of what VIX is and how quant/algo traders use it for trading options from 0 DTE to 1 DTE. That's the most I'll do. Let's make this comprehensive. Assume nothing and explain everything when creating this and for the output as well. Proceed. I bet. So, oh, look, we're in April. Let me go. We're in April. I'm downloading QQQ data from Theta Data right now. We're in April. If y'all want to go look at that, hold on. Yearly combined. No, it's not combined. It's data. QQQ 2025. So this is all the data that we have so far. We have from January, and we're downloading this like live, and I should have did this earlier, but I wanted to show y'all how we did it. So I'm downloading it from theta data, and we have from January till about the 2nd of April, and it's getting the Greeks, the implied volatility, the open high low close, the open interest, and then the trade in quotes for 2025 for QQQ. Then I'm also going to get it, you know, something else that I'm going to work on, and I'm not trying to be political, but when there's opportunities that you see kind of in the wind, we want to be able to take advantage of it. I'm going to create a strategy for oil ETFs. If you've been following the news, you'll understand why I'm going to create a strategy for oil ETFs. I think this is something that in oil ETFs, they trade 7. I think they have 3 or 5 or 7 day DTE. This is something I want to confirm, but I want to create a strategy for oil ETFs, y'all. Maybe I'll do it here. I don't know. It's depending on how long this stream gets, but if you've been watching the news, you'll understand why I want to do that. It was kind of crazy how that happened. All right, bet. So we have that. Let me go see. Where did you put it? VIX. VIX analyzer. Let me know if the music is too loud or if it's too intrusive. I can come, or is it even playing at this point? I don't think the vibes are playing. If it's too loud or if it's too intrusive, let me know. All right, where did you put it? Set reports. That we have VIX, all our VIX data. Let me go run it real quick. All right, bet. I'm just going to delete this because I know it's going to output it again, so I'm not going to. Let's go run that real quick. It's going to create another report folder. Bet, I told you. It's getting all the VIX data, and then it's running it so we can actually see the patterns. It's getting the day over day, month over month, quarter over quarter, year over year, daily, monthly, quarterly. We're usually going to get seasonal patterns. We're going to get a very, very comprehensive. Bro, you just saved it. All right. Damn it. All right. Since you want to be. Oh, here it is. So what is VIX? VIX is known as the fear gauge for the stock market. So think of it like a thermometer for market nervousness. When VIX is between 10 and 15, the market is calm. Investors are confident. When VIX is between 15 and 25, this is normal market conditions. We have a little bit of uncertainty, right? Baked in. And when VIX is between 25 and 35, we have high market nervousness, right? Investors are worried because they're expecting a big swing, whether that swing be bearish or bullish. And high VIX is anything greater than 35. Markets in a panic, right? They're in extreme fear because they're expecting something big to happen. I'm not going to hold you. Like, I thought VIX was going to pop a little bit more based on what happened this weekend. But VIX, we're just going to wait to see what happens for the market open tomorrow, which I expect it to be crazy. So VIX measured the expected volatility in the S&P 500, or the top 500 companies within the New York Stock Exchange, right, over the next 30 days, right? So it's forward looking, right? So whenever we're looking at VIX, this is what the market expects to happen in the next 30 days, right? So how quant and algo traders use it: for 0 DTE, option contracts that expire today, and 1 DTE on 1 day 6 expiration. So when VIX is low, option premiums are cheaper, right? So it's easier to be able to get into the contract. The traders sell options to collect premium. That's not what we do here, but that is a way where I'm going to start having will strategies, but I want to have will strategies where we're actually like rolling in a little bit more consistent money, because will take money, right? And then since the market is unlikely to move much, strategies include iron condors, credit spreads, and selling strangles. So credit spreads are your limit. These strategies are limiting your risk. Not really. Selling strangles, it kind of could be upper volatility, but you're limiting your risk with credit spreads, right? You're collecting money up front, but you're limiting your upside. When VIX is high, option premiums are expensive. Traders buy options to catch the big moves, likely a swing wildly, whether it's going to be bearish or bullish. And here's some of these strategies. We are normally doing directional plays. We're betting calls or puts and some gamma scalping. When VIX spikes suddenly, traders buy puts for protection or sell volatility because the fear is overdone. Key insights is that options are extremely sensitive to VIX changes. As VIX spikes from 15 to 25, this can make 0 DTE options 2 to 3 times more expensive instantly overnight. That's why I'm expecting a big move for VIX tomorrow, just based off what happened this weekend here in the great here in the U.S. That great is just depending on who's the leader, and right now it ain't it. But let's keep going. Algo traders monitor VIX every second to adjust positions. So here is the yearly breakdown for VIX from 2020 to 2025. Right? We have we have a range of 73. The high was 85 for 2020. In 2025, we had the high of 60. That's crazy. I think that was back in like August. And here's what the data changes for the year overages. So the highest ever was 85.47. This was back in 2020. And the low was back in 2024 of 10. Right? So the market was extremely jumping. Why? COVID. Right? So that makes sense. And then we had market being a little bit more calm and certain under the Biden administration, right? So that's when we see things a little bit more calm, a little bit more cool, calm, and collected, right? Last year, we're seeing VIX open at 17. The highest we've seen it was at 60. Lowest we've seen it was at 13. And then the last VIX was at 1495. Quarterly comparisons, I think that's not doing a good job. Here's month over month, right? What I want to do is like, all right, let's do something creative with this. What I want to say is, okay, bet. Review the data and tell us a creative story of VIX throughout the years. Make sure to cite your data and ensure this makes sense so we can properly understand what has happened and why. If you can connect market events, great, but it must be cited both inline and at the bottom. Do this in a way that even a 12-year-old can get it. No more than, let's do 528 total tokens for your output response. Make sure we thoroughly get what the data is telling us. And I don't want to do predictions. This is a bonus and it must be verified with math and show your work. What is the prediction for VIX? That's what I want to do. Okay, bet. A machine learning. I'm gonna do a little bit of machine learning with y'all too, but just follow me, but don't follow me, but follow me. For VIX for the first week of 2026, given recent activities. Again, cite everything, assume nothing, explain everything. I bet. Make a creative show with this. Don't be demeaning or talking down to us. Make this fun and creative. All right, so we can really get what the data is telling us. So I'm going to let that output real quick and let you understand what VIX is screaming. And let's go review our, because I am downloading data right now from Theta Data. I just want to check where it's at. It's at April. Like in another, I'm going to give it another 15 minutes or so. It should be done. And we should be able to get on the way of signing it. All right, bet. Act 1 The Great Panic, March 2020, VIX exploded from 34.86 to 85.47, right? The highest ever recorded. COVID crashed the market, and that makes sense. When did COVID start? Was in March of 2020. So that's crazy that we have that be the impetus or the reason why VIX exploded. Traders panicked. They bought puts, and they panicked. Lasted 3 weeks, and COVID lasted a lot longer. Some would say it's still here, right? It's more of an endemic than a pandemic, but hey, again, don't want to get political. Let's keep going. Act 2 is the calm down. So 2021 to 2023 ended at 1722. Year over year was negative 24%. The market normalized. The premium sellers rejoiced, but 2022 bought inflation fears, and VIX, who was in office? And VIX jumped to 2167 and a 26% year over year increase. By 2023, VIX collapsed to 1062 and the lowest ever, right? The markets were too calm, right? So let's think about what happened. And okay, we're going to get there. Act 3, the flash fires. So August 2024, VIX spiked again to 65.73. AI bubble fears, it crashed back to 15 within weeks. The classic mean reversion, 2025 saw VIX spike. Oh, that's when it happened. So what happened April of 2025? What happened April of last year, right? Let me go look what happened. What happened April of 2025? All right. Excuse me, but I just want to see. Let's look at what happened April of 2020. Can y'all see this? Let's try to figure out what made VIX spike, right? On the first legendary movie poster. Okay, no longer painted due to Alzheimer's. I'm sorry. I hope you do get better. Senator Cory Booker delivers the longest speech ever. Oh, okay. So that's when you were shit, it's gonna come to me. For 25. The word is on the tip of my tongue. It's going to come to me. A powerful storm. Okay, the storm in Kentucky. I remember that. Spring storm that crossed the U.S. Okay. Fuck out of here. The 3rd. Okay, that's when the movie Sinners came out on the 3rd. On the 3rd, Hungary withdrawals from the ICC. Then on the 4th, Good Night and Good Luck. George Clooney and Grant Heslov staged a drama, Good Night and Good Luck, adapted from their 2005 film starring George Clooney as a journalist, and opened at the Winter Garden Theater in New York City for a limited run. All right. Yolov removed from office. All right, I remember that. That's when they voted his ass down. I remember that. Some people stepped in. Most games winning. So, okay, Ovechkin. Then on the 5th, we had floods attacking. Then scientists. Okay. Ozempic. So that's the okay. On the 5th, science $3 million breakthrough prize awarded to scientists who developed the weight loss drug Ozempic and Wegovy. Daniel Ducker, Joel Habener, Janice Juholst, and Joette Bredger. So they won the Nobel for Ozempic. I don't know if y'all knew that. I didn't know that. That's crazy. On the 6th, okay, became the greatest scorer ever. I think I saw that game. Japanese, Asian Pacific stock market had the biggest fall in the last decade after the tariffs from 10 to 46%. So the tariffs, that was the tariffs month. Okay, this makes sense now. Jet Set nightclub collapse. Okay, I'm sorry. God be with our soul. Announces reversal from pausing. China raises their tariffs to the U.S. to 125% in retaliation to Trump. Okay, this was the tariffs month. So this makes sense. This was tariffs month. Filibuster, bruh. Our word was right there. I don't know why I couldn't. On the 1st, on New Year, last year, April Fools, right? And it's not a joke. Cory Booker was a filibuster for 25 hours. That's what that's called. The longest speech ever in the U.S. Senate, right? He did a filibuster with the previous record held by Sturm Thurmond. All right, bet. So that's why that spiked. I was like, okay, let me try to understand that. The tariffs and geopolitics. All right, see, I wanted just to verify that work. And then December 2025 closed at 14. So the patterns, March is chaos month, right? Average is 27.12. December is the chill month. Mondays is the highest fear. On the average is 21.54. Wednesdays is the lowest fear on the average of 20.89. Prediction for the first week. Math, December chaos, January historical, recent trend, mean reversion target. So forecast for the first week is anywhere between, let's see if this right. So right now, Claude Code is predicting that VIX will be anywhere between 1550 and 1780 from the first week. Why? Post-holiday compression by the typical January uptick from year-end positioning unwinding. All right, beautiful. Is there anything else that we can pull and run for VIX that we haven't yet, so we can thoroughly understand this index a bit more? All right, bet. Where you at? It's in May. All right, bet. We almost there, man. We almost there. We're almost there, fam. There is football on, but this is week 18. And the Dolphins is playing for pride at this point. We don't play till 4. So I'm not really in a rush to go watch. I will, but all right, top 5 most valuable for traders is VIX analysis, extreme valuable. Okay, worst case scenario, mean reversion analysis, how fast VIX normalizes. Okay, that's what I want to do. Regime classification, and then market state. Also available volatility of volatility, correlation analysis, but need XPX, distribution analysis, calendar effects, need event dates, and then risk measurement, VAR, and then Kelly sizing. Which one should I run? I want to run all 5 of these. Where can you get the calendar from? Is there open source places that you can use to cross reference dates that won't require much when running the analysis? Before we start, run a few terminal commands to check before we proceed. We have our data scientist hat on right now. Right. Hold on. The vibes stopped playing. My fault. Y'all ain't tell me the vibes stopped playing. Y'all ain't tell me the vibes stopped playing. Y'all can let me know, hey, the vibe's not playing. I'll get you right. I get you right. No worries. Hold on. Just because hold on. Let's see what the day is telling us. Hold on. I just want to get some football on in the background. C, Conda, environment, Algo baby, the mini forge 3-1. Let's make sure it should have what you need. If not, download it and make sure it is installed. Then run a few checks before we proceed with telling you which analysis to run. I did forget, we did have some football. The Saints and the Falcons, huh? If you're a Bucks fan, you're betting for the Falcons to win. If you're a Panthers fan, you're betting for the Saints to win. Then we have the Browns and the Bengals. I expect Joe Burrow to go dummy. Packers and the Vikings. I expect the Vikes to take that game. But Malik Willis could be an interesting one to be able to look out for. And then we have Dallas and New York. I don't know. That'll be interesting. The Titans and the Jaguars. I think the Titans are going to take this game. Even though the Jags are... the fucking Jacksonville Jaguars were in 12 games this year, bro. And yes, I know I'm taking a bit of a little leap, but y'all just bear with me, man. We're still doing work. That's crazy that the Jacksonville Jaguars won 12 games this football season. Playing American football, bro. It's wild. All right, I just want to see what what game should I start with? We just got straight division games this week. I mean, I love it. I'm going to let me park it at this Vikings-Packers game. I think that'll be interesting. I'm gonna be back with Vikings and Packers. I'm just gonna bounce around a little bit. Bro, this was a struggle bus season for you, fam. And you still about to get the 1,000. Okay. No, we about to run all of them. But I also want to throw in volatility of volatility and then distribution analysis. So volatility of volatility and then distribution analysis. Okay, volatility of volatility and distribution analysis. We're also going to add and distribution analysis. To the list. Let's make sure you can do all of these. Shit, I feel like ran you over. This time series forecasting is going to be interesting for us. Also want to add, let's make sure we can do these 8 before we proceed. Let's make sure we Gucci them before we actually slide, homie. That's the understatement. It has been a fucking hell of a season for that man. You talking about having a quarterback carousel. You thought JJ McCarthy was going to be that guy for you. And I'm not going to hold you. JJ has been him, but it's just been, holy shit, bro. The stiff arm. Yo, I love it, man. Quarterback with moxie. I take that flag. Go ahead. Calm down. When you got to calm your quarterback down. When you have to calm your quarterback down, bro. The most calm person is supposed to be the quarterback. JJ McCarthy and I think Baker Mayfield. Yeah. Taunting. They don't get that man for taunting. Bro, what was I going to say? For quarterbacks like JJ McCarthy, Baker Mayfield, I think JJ McCarthy is going to be a Baker Mayfield, right? Like a Baker Mayfield, like the Buccaneers days. Just give it a few years. Who else would I put in that? And it's sad to say, but I think above them would be the Josh Allens, right? They're going to talk shit. They're going to try to run you over. They're going to play power football, you know? And my fault. I am a little bit divergent, but y'all here, man. And it's damn near 90 minutes in. And what we're doing right now, I am just checking the data, making sure that it's Gucci before we run our analysis. On our VIX data, let me check where we are. And I just finished up, or finishing up the the 30th of May right now for downloading our QQQ data. So it is just going to be a day, fam. Okay. All function passed, ready to proceed. All right. All right. Put your data, scientist and quant / algo / hedge fund manager hats on, and let's ship some quality code to properly analyze the data and see what it's telling us. I can't believe they called that man for taunting just because he gave your ass the shoulder. I really think Cam Ward, man, he just needs an offense. Cam Ward just needs an offense. As soon as they give him 1 or 2 big play receivers, and I think they do have a couple coming up. DK, I think, is another one that's coming up and coming. They do also have this what's that fucking tight end name? Spears, their running back. Another good one to be able to watch out, up and coming. Oh, false start. Their defense is always going to be legit. They just need... Calvin Ridley was supposed to be that guy, and I don't know what the fuck happened to him. I think just throughout the... I don't know. I hope next year it's a little bit more explosive. He can get back to his old self, right? Because I really do think he does have big play potential still left in him, right? I think Calvin Ridley's only been in the league like 6 years, 7 years. Hold on. Yes, I know this is Divergent. Calvin Ridley. My dog been in this year. How long you been in the league? Not from Fort Lauderdale. Just from. How long you been in the league, Calvin? You've been in the league 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First 5 years Atlanta, then Jacksonville 2 years, 7, 9 years. This is about to be 10 years in the league. That's crazy. I didn't even think that. But as I said, I think Calvin Ridley does still have that big play potential. That's where I get my vibes from. Epidemic Sounds, and I paid for it, so y'all shouldn't be blocking me, fam. Y'all shouldn't be blocking me. I thank you to the follower, subscriber who just joined us. I welcome you to Kreative Kodr. Again, I have a lot of great things planned for y'all this year. If you do have any questions, comments, or concerns, please feel free to either leave a comment. I'm very good about being able to respond to those, right? Or soon we're going to be dropping our Discord, so y'all can be we can build a little bit more in community, right? Get in there. That's a touchdown, man. I'm sorry. Let's go. I told you. Oh, damn. Get up, Cam. Get up, Cam. I told you Tennessee's going to win this game. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Shit, hold on. Beautiful. All right, let's run it. Now we're running our file to be able to analyze the data for VIX. And VIX is the fear or volatility index, right? And it's just going to take you 5 minutes. I want to run it first then. VIX advance. Here we go. All right, so let's go ahead and run it. Let's see what we get for running our VIX Advanced Analyzer. And we just pulled VIX for 2025. So that means I have 5 years of VIX data. And I want to gauge how well not only is what VIX tells us throughout these 5 years, right? But if we can predict, oh, come on. Pip install ARC. Oh, you know what I was supposed to do? Conda. Hold on. Shit. Give me a second. Give me a second. I need to get the Conda environment real quick. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. I need the mini forge one. Shit. Conda info. Please tell me it's the mini forge one. No. Shit. Hold on. I should have the. Hold on. The you should be here. Hi. All right, you are here. Using only 128 total tokens. We need the mini forge 3 Conda environment, not this one. How do we get it? All right, get me right. Come on, come on. Yeah, no shit. I know it's already been installed. Just tell me how to get it. I forgot the terminal command. You're already in it. Create. We need shit. We need the Algo baby mini forge Conda environment. What is the command for it? That one specifically, not the Anaconda one. That's the one I'm in, and I need the oh, I was about to say, my fault. Like, damn, what the hell you are? Let me just close this. Don't save. Don't save. Thank you. Bro. Oh my goodness, I really feel like cussing you out. It should work. It should work in this one. Give me a second. Copy. Paste. Run. Pip. Install. Stats. And that's why I wanted the other Conda environment, because it has all these files, but that's okay. Whenever I need something, I can just pip install it real quick. And then we're going to say clear. Let's see if we're Gucci. I think we should be fine. I think we need to pip install like one more thing. I think we're fine. Let me see. I think it's running. All right, bet. I think it's running. I told you need pip install one more thing. Okay. Pip install arc. Clear. Little shortcut. If you just hit the up arrow, you can go see. Shit. Pip install Seaborn. It is 0-0. Here we go. I thank you for finally running, fam. Out of bounds. You're going to see it, and then please fix the issue. I really do appreciate you. All right, thank you. Get me right. Make sure it's good. All right, I'm going to run it. It should be good now, so we can analyze this VIX data. All right, beautiful. Now we're running our VIX data. All right, perfect. VIX advance. Reports, advanced. Oh, and we even get charts. Look at this. We even get charts, fam. All right. Copy. I love it. All right, now I want to have Claude Code explain this to us, and I'm gonna make it explain it to us like in a movie, like it's a television series. All right. Now review using your tools and terminal commands. Then explain this like it is a television series, right? Make this engaging and impactful, and leaving us on the edge of our seats, only using, let's give me 728 total tokens for output, response, cite your sources in line, of course. Give us all the drama, the comedy, the satire, the irony, and cliffhanger. Can I spell cliffhanger right? Cliffhanger. Make sure that we stick. Make sure to review your prediction earlier for 2026, and I want to see if you're going to stick with your prediction. Are you going to stick with your prediction? Are you sticking with it or updating it? And make sure, okay, let me just make sure. Let's review, then advise. Review, then advise, fam. All right, we still got the vibes going. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. We're goo up. I am in for the QQQ data. We finally crossed over to July. So give us a few. We'll almost be done with our QQQ data. Oh, you caught that. Parker Washington. I didn't expect that. This is going to be a shootout. This is going to be a shootout. All right, so let's see what it came up with. VIX the series, the season 6 premiere, right? Act 1 is the calm. December 31st, 2025. VIX closed at 14.95, dangerously low. The markets were asleep. Premium sellers drunk on easy money. That's funny. But wait, the exact setup precedes every major spike in history. COVID 2020, the AI bubble pop, and the tariff tantrum in 2025 all started with below 15. But wait, every major spike. So we're going to see VIX spiking. If y'all been watching the news lately, again, I'm not trying to get political, but if you've been watching the U.S. news and know what this ass face done in office, right, lately, I'm expecting VIX to be crazy this week. And what VIX is the volatility index, or the fear index, right? Act 2, and I pulled the past 5 years of data for VIX using bar chart. And what I'm doing right now is putting our data scientist hat on and being able to go through that data so we can understand what it's telling us before we go to actually back testing our strategies on 2025. I thought it would be cool to actually show y'all downloading the data, but I didn't take into account how long that shit is going to take. I started this earlier in the stream and I'm still downloading data. Hopefully we can get this done by the time that we're ready, right? I can compress it and get it ready to go, because this is 2025 QQQ, and I already have 2024, 23, 22, but I want to run it on last year to see how our strategies would have performed if we would have ran them for the entire year. I've only began algo trading July of last year, and I only started taking like it super serious until about October, right? So give or take about 3 or 4 months, I've been algo trading, and I've been streaming my journey here with y'all like 2 or 3 weeks after that. I was like, shit, let me just share what I'm doing, right? Because I hope somebody was teaching me this. I was not to say that I am a savant or anything like that, because I'm still a novice. I'm still learning this, right? The only difference is like I'm going to keep doing this, right? There's going to be some that's going to run into a bit of a wall, but you got to keep going. That's what I think it separates those that are successful and they're not, is the consistency. But nonetheless, a lot more about me, more about the data. So Act 2. So that's what, okay, this reason I said that is because I am expecting VIX to pop and the market to be in a bit of a little free fall this first week because of what just recently happened this weekend. So Act 2, the irony, here's the kicker. Our quant model just ran 8 years of VIX on 1.1 million data points and 535 mega spikes that are greater than 20%. Every single one came from the calm regimes. So VIX at 1495, you're in the 18th percentile, the storm before the storm, the calm before the storm, right? The plot twist, mean reversion says that 0.35 VIX points all day velocity. January historically averaged 18.58, but, and this is a delicious irony, 64% of January's opened above 16, and we're at 1495. Someone's wrong. Act 3, the backtest bomb. Selling at VIX 30, 100%. Really? Interesting. Look what the data just told us. Selling VIX at 30 is 100% win rate over 5 years. 8 trades, 0 losses, but buying less than 15 is expecting a pop, also print. This is crazy. I want to take this. This is why I'm doing this, right? So we can be able to see what the data is telling us. So we can correlate this to our strategies here, right? So what this is telling me, when the market is in a panic, right? When you're selling puts, when the market is in a panic, it's 100% win. That makes sense because like everybody's looking for protection, and that's normally what puts offers, right? Protection against what you think the downturn and what you think the market is. But it's only small sample size, right? So just keep that into respect. And then buying at less than 15, expecting a pop, also prints. March 2020 went from 12 to 85 in 14 days, and this is COVID. Comedy, FOMO meets January 29th. OPEX is January 17th. Between now and then, the earnings season starts. Text reports, economic data drops, and VIX is at 1495. This is like a cartoon character who hasn't looked down yet. That's funny. So updated prediction revised. So Claude Code is expecting VIX average to be 1859, and then the mean average to be 1790, and the regime probability to be 82% chance that VIX will be greater than 15 within 5 days. The call, the first week of January is going to, okay, it's up. So now instead of saying 15, and I'm right here, I think it's even going to pop to like 22. Y'all could book it, right? It'd be like, oh, remember? I think VIX is maybe even pop 22 this week, but the first week is going to be between 1680 and 1920. Why? January historically rallies 3.6 points from December closes, and Half-Life Math says that 2.15 points gained by January 10th. FOMO pre-positioning adds 1.2 points. The cliffhanger, if VIX breaks 20 by the 10th, January, excuse me, I'm watching football and talking to y'all, my fault. If VIX breaks 20 by the 10th of January, history says that it hits 25 plus within a week. If it stays less than 16, we're in a new regime. The data never seen. Either way, somebody's about to get wrecked. I agree. Like wrecked. Now, all right. Now research a few different news articles of the events of this is where shit gonna get crazy. I'm just buying time right now. What happened? This was from the, let's say, from January 1st until now. January 1st till January 4th. Make sure from a series of places, if the fairness doctrine was still in play, use that as your guiding light, right? Then with this new context, let's see if you update your prediction, and if so, why. Cite your sources and make sure you're only using vetted places, right? Research, then come back and advise. And I agree with this sentiment right here, right? If VIX breaks 20 by the 10th of January, history says that it's going to hit 25 within a week. I'm betting that VIX is going to pop as soon as the markets open. Because right now, oh, y'all don't have the vibes. Y'all should have told me y'all had the vibes right now. Let me get the vibes for you. My fault. There you go. Right now, VIX is at 1452. By the time the market opens, VIX maybe be at like 16, 17. By weekend, 20. Book it. You heard it from Kreative first, man. That's crazy. A fake punt. A fake punt. Them boys just threw a fake punt. That's crazy. That's my ball. I don't know if you knew that, but that's my ball. All right. CSNBC, Yahoo, Bollinger. Okay, Bank of America Research. First trading day, VIX. Okay. 10-year Treasury had a 3-month high, but fell the Santa rally. Was down -1%. BOA strategist. S&P's never been more expensive. Plus yields equals volatility of divergence. VIX falling within the falling sky. Fairness doctrine. Fairness doctrine meaning that you're going to take reviews from both sides, right? So it's just not conservative, it's just not liberal, it's just not progressive, right? We're taking views from both sides. So that's why I'm telling it to be able to apply the fairness doctrine, right? So the bullish arguments is that the record validation plus yield surge, historical precedes the spike, intraday feeds the FOMO. Okay. And then failed Santa rally, the bearish argument. Okay, revised prediction. Original forecast was 16 through 1920, updated 1551, and then 1958. Weighted mid 1796. Why the revision? VIX fell to 1451, not rose. The market rejected the fear despite the perfect setup. This is complacency, which paradoxically increases the spike risk but delays timing. All right, parabolic relationship. Verdict, downgrade short-term first week from all right, let's take into account geopolitical news and other relevant items for this same guidelines before we proceed. We're damn near, I kind of have enough for a white paper at this point. My fault. Okay. I'm looking to see if you pull up this one thing. It's a 3-3 ball game, boy. I expect y'all to blow that shit out. Holy shit, the Browns playing good football? Oh, that's a pick. He threw a pick. Ah. That's me. That's me. Oh, y'all scored a touchdown. That's what? That's a pick 6. Elbow threw a pick 6. Holy cow, the Falcons are up. If you're a Bucks fan, you're happy. Yeah, but you're not taking in the one thing that happened. Okay. Yep. Jobs report, CPI. Okay. Final update 15 to 1591 with geo overlay 15 to 2015. I agree. I expect VIX to be on and popping this week. So the paradox is the biggest geo. No, that's not the biggest geo event that happened. There's something else that you're missing. VIX ignores. Okay, example. Oh shit. You're looking in 2024. I need you to look. And damn it, it's about the compact too. All right. Create. No. I need you to look in January 2026 and make sure you get the proper geopolitical news that has happened and make sure this is accurate. Just make sure you're doing the right thing. All right, let me see where this QQQ data is at. All right, it's about to wrap up August. So we're going into the last quarter of the year. That's crazy. Let's see if it picks up on what actually happened this weekend. Let's see if it actually picks up. If I had to like force feed this, and I kind of don't want to, I want you to be smart and being able to understand what I want you to look for. And I'm not trying to baby you, well, I'm trying to give you. All right, let's see. Let's see what it took. Let's see what it took into a place. Okay. Friday. The US. Oh, look at it. Found it. US capture Maduro. Look at that. Scale 150. Okay. Maduro on rock. Okay. This is going to be crazy. That's what I'm saying. VIX is going to pop, right? Because of what happened. Now you have the context that I want you to have. Shit. We would freaking compact, bro. You would compact as soon as I need you to have the information I need you to have, bro. You would compact. And what does compacting mean? It just ran out of tokens for that particular session, so it has to spawn up a new session. So once it has that session, then we can continue our work here. So I'm just waiting for it to compact. As soon as it's done compacting, then we can continue our work. And I'm not going to hold you. Like, there's a lot of things that I've learned is like, I thought it would be cool just to have y'all look and see where I downloaded the data from Theta Data. But y'all, it's taking a year and a day. My fault. I'm going to work on that and not do that next time. I'm going to pre-download the data. So when I do jump on here, it's just like go. But I thought it was going to be a lot faster than what it is right now. But granted, it is over, I think by the time it downloads, like over like 30-40 million rows of data that's downloading right now. So the fact that it is going at such a quick pace, I can appreciate it. So like every day is taking anywhere between like 10 and maybe 30 seconds. I have to go through 365 days, right? So y'all just bear with me. Where we just finished up the 29th of August, right? We're almost there. 66% there. We're almost there. So by the time we get done, I'll be able to like really proper go to this. So here you're still compacting, but what I want to check. All right, the vibes are not too loud. Let me know if the music in the background, aka the vibes, are too loud. If it is, and if you want me to turn it off, I can. But it should be fine. All right, beautiful. All right, so you can get context, so because you gotta understand what the fuck we just did. All right, because I'm teaching, because you're new. Review and using parquet tools, pi arrow, and different terminal commands, bat, fd, rg, awk, etc. so you can thoroughly, properly understand the data. Then we need you to research the geopolitical events of January 1st through January 4th, 2026. That's crazy. I'm still kind of dumbfounded about what happened this weekend. Here is your last update. We need you to update it, taking into account the events, geopolitical, that has taken place, so we can properly route our discussion. Proceed. Don't just read the files at once. Use your tools and resources. Well, use your tools, please. Use your tools. Hit streets. And the party don't stop till like 8 in the morning. Oh, that's the first thing you found. Ha! That is the first thing that you found, huh? That's the first thing you found. And I'm still kind of shocked by this, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to hold you. On a podcast that I have, I'm definitely going to talk about this, but not here. Here is just like, let's make money. Let's talk about making money. Let's talk about being able to create different algo trading, right? AI agents, and being able to infuse machine learning into that as well. But I am going to share my thoughts on that because that's just mud. So I'm interested to see what's his prediction. I think what VIX is going to be at this week, and again, I just want to compare notes. My prediction for VIX is anywhere between like 16. I can see it going as high as 22. VIX right now, if you want to look at it, is at hold on. VIX right now is at 1452, and VIX is the volatility index that allows us to. This whole episode has just been about VIX, and that's okay. And VIX allows us to be able to gauge how wild the market is going to be, right? That being at 1452, this is a bit calm. So we're not expecting too much volatility, but based on the events of this past weekend, I'm expecting VIX to pop. And VIX and SPY VIX follows SPY. SPY is the S&P 500, the top 500 companies within the New York Stock Exchange. VIX and SPY has an inverse relationship. What do I mean? When you see VIX pop, you're normally going to see SPY down, right? So you see how SPY it was beautiful, right? And VIX sometimes, right, not all the times, but they do have that inverse relationship between each other, right? So you see VIX up, SPY is going to be down, but there's going to be instances where VIX and SPY can help each other, right? What I'm expecting is VIX to be able to explode past this overbought line and maybe open at like, I think pre-market is going to be like 15, maybe like 1570, maybe even 16, and then it's going to open like around maybe 1620, maybe. And this is all educated guesses just based off what the data is telling me right here. And that's why I wanted us to be able to review the past 5 years of VIX data, right? Because anything over that, yes, you're getting a little bit more stable when it comes to being able to put on your data analysis hat, but I still think 5 years is enough for us to be able to get trends and understanding, okay, the market doesn't do anything new, it just repeats itself, right? So if we can understand what are those different patterns that are happening when it's repeating itself, then I want to be able to gauge, okay, how can we use that for our benefit? So that's what I'm doing here, and I'm using VIX as the main anchor in order to do so, right? So there's a couple of things that we have to take into a place, right, when we're modeling out this data. We already took into the account the financial information, right? I also have to be able to infuse the geopolitical into it, right? Because the market reacts on what? Information. So geopolitical is part of that information, right? Based on the events that happened this weekend, I'm expecting the market to do some crazy things. I just don't know if it's going to be a benefit to us, right? One of the things that I just realized is that whenever we see VIX close, and this is just based off the past 5 years of data for VIX, and that I pulled off 5-bar from 2020 to 2025, and what it's telling me, when we see VIX December close ultra low, that normally means that January is going to pop. And our prediction, what we have right now, is that VIX is going to be between 15 and 2050, right? But I think this is going to be a little bit higher. I can see it being as high as 22, if not blowing past that, and then maintaining those levels, right? So let's see how this happens. Let me know if the vibes are too loud or if it's just right, like the Three Little Bears. Also, let me know if you got any questions. Where the flag? There it is. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, right? So let's. All right, let me see. Shit. Damn it, you're not even gonna let me. VIX updated. Okay. Yeah, boy. Absolute Operation Absolute Resolve. That's what the fuck y'all called it? Y'all dipshits. 150 U.S. aircraft struck Caracas. Captured it, then flown to New York. Why New York of all places? Why Sicily Flores also detained indictments is the narco terrorism charges in the Southern District of New York. So, okay, never mind. I'm gonna say that for the pod. This shit, what? That's what I'm saying. This right here, right? This right here. This is why I'm saying that I may open up or may create a strategy that allows us to be able to trade ETF oils. I'm not going to trade the individual positions, but I think trading ETF oils right now may make some sense because of what this dickhead is trying to do. Critical, this is the largest U.S. operation intervention in Latin America since the Panama invasion in 1989. The markets have not priced this in yet. Then we have the China-Taiwan crisis. This happened. I mean, it kind of was priced in the second, but not really. So I'm interested to see how this is going to being able to be baked into the market as well. So this is going to be interesting to see. Okay. So everybody just fucking popping off, right? Market reacted. VIX fell. The paradox, extreme complacency. Tier 2, the Ukraine war. 1,400 days in. Middle East. So macro calendar. CSC. Nvidia. Okay. On Monday, you have something going on. You have something going on Tuesday, bro. Get your days right. Jobs report is going to be coming this Friday. This is what is expected. On the 13th, we have CPI report, consumer price index. Then we have the Fed meeting coming up on the 27th through the 8th. Fed may be hawkish of shift. Not do shit. Big tech earnings are coming up mid-January. And then VIX analysis. The current state. Historical patterns. Mean reversion half-life 17. Sell at. Okay. Major spikes, greater than 40% daily in the last 24 months, right? Japan trade war, okay. Fed hawkish pivot, and then the trade war fears. 2025 have 7 spikes of greater than 20%. That's crazy. Average magnitude of 29.8%. Monday seasonality. Monday historically shows the highest VIX. Crazy. Average Monday is 21.54 with a deviation of 8.5, and the maximum Monday was 83 VIX. Damn. I'm gonna call it Black Monday. Tuesday to Friday on average is 20.85. And this is on the past 5 years of data. Right? Post weekend gap we have on average is 20. I think should I bring in 2019? I don't know. Let's keep going. So section 4, the market sentiments. Okay, close Monday. Complacency paradox signaling. VIX fell to the 11th percentile. Historically, patterns when VIX ignores major geopolitical events, repricing is violent. And that's what I expected to happen on Monday. And here's the examples of why. Oil shock risk. Analysts, yes. That's why I'm saying being able to trade oil right now may be advantageous. This is not financial advice. If you do seek financial advice, please make sure you talk to a certified financial planner, financial advisor, those that are licensed in order to assist you. This is merely educational. We're just talking, listening what the data is talking to us. Calendar stack. Okay, bearish arguments. May be priced in as bullish, more oil supply if regime changes succeeds. December melts. Okay. Scenario 1, smooth Venezuela transition. That is a 20% probability. And I think it's going to be uncertainty right here. That's why I think we're even going to be right here. Scenario 3 is geopolitical repricing. VIX range is going to be between 22 to 28. Catalyst is the Venezuelan retaliation threats, right? Coming from their support system. And then we have the Taiwan Strait incident. And then we have the job reports that may miss. And then we have tech earnings that may or may not be doing well. The scenario 4 is we have the Black Swan Cascade, a 10% probability. Multi-country military response to the U.S. Venezuelan action. I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's more so going to be this right here. Right now, how they're going to retaliate. Maybe it's going to be tariffs. Maybe it's going to be being able to walk away from any trade agreements, right? Or maybe being able to increase their price point. So I think these guys right here have a little bit more say into like what they're going to do, and maybe also these guys, and they're just joining the party. Scenario 5 is mean reversion, 5% probability, all clear. I don't think it's going to be all clear. I think it's going to be trash. I think we're probably in the 3 to 4 scenario. Most likely in the 3. Final update. Expected VIX is, I agree, 19. So open. It's expecting VIX to open at 17.2, and then by 8:30 to be at 18, and then by noon to be at 17, and then 2 p.m. Okay, that's crazy. Key support. And the regime recommend avoid selling premiums Monday morning. Wait for the initial spike to exhaust. The Venezuelan clarity from the State Department briefs. All right, oil market settlement Sunday 6 p.m. futures open will telegraph this. That's another thing I need to go look at too. Entry of VIX is greater than 22 by midday Monday. Consider selling. Okay. Volatility buyers. Zero DTE traders. This is where we're going to skip Monday entirely. The overnight gas and the geopolitical uncertainty is death for premium sellers, right? Resume trading probably on Monday. I'm probably going to be a little bit more bearish on Monday, right? And make our bots probably do twice as much to require for them to be able to get into a position, because I'm expecting shit to go crazy. Section 8, test alerts. Bro, it's going to be crazy. Sunday at 6, we have oil markets for the futures open. Then we have the Taiwan Strait. What to watch for is the big text announcements between the 6th and the 10th. We have the Fed Fed. Well, okay. This is crazy, fam. And then here's our sources for this. Final word is that this is not going to be a normal week. The Venezuelan operations is a tail event that the market has not priced in yet. The historical analogs from Panama 1889, Libya 2001, and Russia 2022 shows that geopolitical shocks create the initial spikes followed by mean reversion. The fact that VIX fell to 1451 on January 2nd despite the China-Taiwan drill suggests that extreme complacency. What does that mean? When complacency meets a tail risk, volatility explodes, right? Expected path is for right there. I'm thinking it's going to gap up to 16, right? If I'm looking at VIX right now, right? And I'm making a super big point about this because most people forget and don't really take VIX into account. If I'm looking at VIX right the fuck now, right? VIX is at 1452, right? On Monday morning, I'm expecting it to gap up to 16. I know we just did our data analysis right now, and we're expecting that gap up to be 17, 18. I'm expecting to be 16. If it's higher, let's see. And I can see it being well past 22 by week's end and being able to maintain that maybe for the month, if not a couple of months, right? By Wednesday, Venezuela escalates or a job misses this slow ground back to 18 to 22 by Friday range if all signals are clear. And I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're going to maintain that 22 to 25 range for the past couple of years, because again, you have to think about what the data has been telling us. The data is telling us whenever it closes low for December, it damn near pops, especially you have these geopolitical news that has not been priced in yet. The biggest thing that hasn't been priced in is what's happened on Venezuela, but also what happened on the 2nd as well, right? So we have a couple of things that is going to happen. Trade accordingly, size down, hedge up accordingly, and watch oil futures on Sunday 6 p.m. and that's something I'm definitely going to be watching out for. Let's see, where are we with this data? Bro, I'm on October. All right. What do I want to do? All right, I'm going to grab some water. Let's keep going. I have an idea. Data. Give me 1 second. I have an idea, and I'm going to use data to be able to flush this out while I'm waiting. I want to use the Office 4.5 model for this, and you don't need that. All right. We need to know what are the oil ETFs that has 0 DTE or close to it. Let's see what that's screaming. It's January 2026. Bam. Don't forget that artificial part and artificial intelligence. Most people just want to talk about, oh, it's the intelligence, but the artificial part, bro. The artificial part. Okay. Yeah, I'm expecting VIX to pop as well. I'm expecting VIX to do a lot of things. I appreciate y'all who just joined us here at Kreative Kodr. Again, I have a lot of great things planned for y'all. If you do have any questions, please let me know. But for right now, what I'm looking to do is being able to see, okay, bet. Oils ETFs with 0 DTE. United States Oil Fund. NASDAQ added the daily 0 DTE options for USO in late 2023 as part of their expansion in the commodities ETF. XLE has a robust option selection with more strikes and expirations, but I need to clarify if this true has daily expirations. Other commodity ETFs are going to be, no, I want to focus on oil right now. All right. Let's double check that USO and XLE truly has dailies. 0 DTE. So we said USO and XLE, right? Let me try XLE real quick. I'm just going to download like a month of data and see what's going to be screaming. Hold on. Here's it. So you said XLE, and this is my data, Theta data file fetcher. I grab all of my option data from Theta data. I created a video on that if you want to go check that out on the channel. So all we have to do here is just update these little configurations and it downloads the data for us. So that's what you were seeing before. What I want is 1 month. Matter of fact, I only want, let me test a week. Shit. 0, 1, 10. Let me just 10 days. Let me get, and this is what you're seeing here that's being done. Okay, bet it's in November. It's almost done. What I wanted, and I'm downloading QQQ. QQQ is a little bit more comprehensive than USO. QQQ, oh, picked off. Damn it, Cam. And that's a touchdown. Damn it, Cam. Oh, okay, hold on. Conda, activate. Algo, baby. Python. Okay, here we go. The user configured XLE. XLE is not found in the common list. No match found. You want to proceed anyway? Yes. XLE, we found 2 totals. Bet. Let's proceed. All right, bet it's downloading the XLE data. Y'all see how much faster? Okay, this looks like it's weekly. Yeah, that looks like that's totally weekly. And let me go put USO. Now let me update this to USO. USO. Shit, what are you doing? Okay. Yes, I'm kind of smart too. United States Oil Fund. Yes. Let's proceed. All right, bet. Here's USO. Here's XLE. Y'all see how a lot more faster, how a lot quicker that was? Now what I'm going to do is have Claude Code review this and see if this is really okay, you're on the 7th. Where are you? Review. Using terminal commands, Parquet tools, PyArrow, and other terminal commands in your tool set to properly understand the data and to answer the question. Downloaded this from Theta data. So I told you it was weeklies. So I don't even need to wait. Let me just go ahead and push this one over because I told you it was weeklies. If it's weeklies, that's fine. I just kind of need to switch over how we're going to be doing this. Just want to pivot a bit how we're going to do this, but that's fine. That is no problem. All right, bet. Y'all see how much more quicker that was just to be able to download this. Hold on. I gotta check something real quick. Give me a second. Oh, the vibes are still playing, right? Yeah, the vibes are still going. Okay. The vibes are still going. And I'm thinking Wednesday, Friday. So this is not 0 DTE. USO, really? USO appears to have dailies or near expiration. We both for Wednesdays and Fridays, where XLE has expirations on Fridays. Weekly options, not 0 DTE. Okay, dailies has Wednesday and Fridays, daily options. USO has true daily. Okay. What is the difference between USO and XLE? Explain. Like 12 and 122 would have been funny. And never heard of these ETFs before. Bro, y'all just trashy Daniel. USO tracks the price of oil itself, the crude oil barrels. When the oil prices go up, USO goes up. So think of it like betting on the price of gasoline at the pump. XLE is the energy select selector, SPDR. So it owns stock of oil companies, Exxon, Chevron, etc. When these companies make money, their stock prices rise, XLE goes up. So it's like betting on the companies that drill and sell oil. So, I think depending on based on what's happened, I think it's better to bet when the oil price itself goes up for the crude oil barrels, right? USO will go up. So maybe it's betting USO makes a little bit more sense to XLE. So USO, we're betting on the prices of oranges. XLE, we're betting on the companies that grow and sell the oranges. They often move together, but not always. Oil prices could spike, but oil companies might not profit as much or vice versa. Which of the two has better liquidity? And explain what liquidity means. I don't know if they could tell it right here, but like historically, where are you? Right. Okay. Let me get a little bit more further along. You're in the 18th. This is a lot more comprehensive data. What is liquidity? Is how easy is it to buy or sell something without moving the price? So think of it like selling lemonades. High liquidity, busy street, tons of buyers, you sell instantly at your asking price. Low liquidity, empty street, few buyers, you might have to lower your price to sell. For options, high liquidity means that tighter bid-ask spread. You don't lose money just by entering or exiting the trade. More volume, lots of people are trading, and easier to get filled at fair prices. USO and XLE liquidity. XLE wins on liquidity. It's much more liquid because XLE trades 15 to 20 million shares a day versus USO 5 to 8 million. I think this is going to jump up a little bit. Excuse me. XLE has bigger option open interest. XLE has tighter spreads, but XLE doesn't have 0 DTE, only Fridays. So you're stuck choosing. 0 DTE is available, but less liquid. Better liquidity, only weekly expirations. Okay. Which of the two is more volatile, like QQQ? Let me check the data that you have. Beautiful. Let this be data driven. Let this be a data driven response, fam. Damn. USO is way more volatile than both XLE and QQQ. Implied volatility 63. XLE is 44. QQQ on average is 18 to 25. It's all depending on the day, right? So USO roughly has 2.5 times, three times more volatile than QQQ, which makes sense. USO tracks crude oils directly, which swing wildly on news, war, OPEC decisions, supply disruptions. XLE owns the oil stocks themselves, so it was more stable than the commodity itself. So QQQ owns big tech companies, which is even more stable. So for trading 0 DTE, higher volatility equals bigger option premiums, more potential gains or losses. So USO has pause, juicier but riskier. Bruh, these fucking adjectives sometimes be sending me. All right, so let me go pull 1 year of USO. And let me see how long that's gonna take me. Shit, I just had, bruh. Why am I losing? Theta data, there it is. Theta data fetcher. USO. And then I'm gonna do 12, 31, 0 DTE. I think I should do, I'm not gonna hold you, hold on. Because this is an asset I haven't traded before, I think I should keep bring the 5 minute as well, so I can have like a little bit more confirmation. All right, bet. Now you're ready to run. Okay, now what I want to do is I can just delete you. Matter of fact, let me just delete the whole folder. And then let's go ahead and bring in USO. Shit. Wait. Hold on, where are you? Okay, you're making your way through. All right, review. I do have a developer guide. Nope. Data loading. Where is it? Is it this one? Nope. Shit, bro. I should have made this a lot easier. Capacity management. Implementation. README fetcher. Here it is. Alright. We want to pull both 1 minute and 5 minute for USO. We noticed it is not pulling the 5 minute. Let's find out why. Review as well using your terminal commands and tools, and advise before we proceed. Bet. I told you to use terminal commands, but what you do, you still just want to read the shit. Ah, you artificial fuck. 21-7. I didn't expect that. I thought the Titans were going to fight back a little bit. I did that. Didn't we do that? That's at the true, isn't it? Okay, let me try this again. Yeah, oh shit. I gotta type it right. Yes. You see it's still 1 minute. We changed it to true, but it is still only bringing in 1 minute. Review using BAT, RG, FD, OC, less, tell, and different terminal commands and advise why. Like, I want to grab this data for the people then, man. I didn't even get to do that much with y'all. I'm not going to hold you because I've been waiting for, okay, it's almost done. 9 more minutes and we're finished. Oh boy, you almost do a pick. This is USO. This is USO. I can cancel that. Let me come here. Oh shit. The first one, the second one. Okay, my fault. My fault. A lot. 190. 190. 190. 190. 190. I don't see it, bro. 190 has something else. $190 has something else. Can you please get me right so we can make the people dim? Use Python, not Python 3, and double check that it is on. If not, let's turn it on. Okay, 10-7, y'all driving. Logic looks fine. Let me check the actual. All right, get me right. Figure out what's the issue. Let's figure out what's the issue. Let's figure out what the issue so we can proper move forward. Oh, it's defaulted. I got you. The ag parse has a default to 1 minute, which overrides the user configs. The ag parse time frame is always set to 1 minute by default. So lines 2,270. Okay. Always intends. Okay. Beautiful. Now I can run it, and now it's going to give me the data that I need. Now we should see the data that we need. Yes. Beautiful. 1 minute, 5 minute. Perfect. I'm pulling the full year. Look how much quicker this is, bro. I'm pulling 2 time frames, not just 1, 2. 1 minute, 5 minute, right? And me just pulling QQQ for 1 minute, bro, is taking me damn near 5 hours. It's on the 12th. So this one is just going to run through it. So it's just going to do it like very, very quickly. Then we'll have USO data for 2025. And I'm pulling the 1 minute and the 5 minute, right? The 1 minute is for the signal. The 5 minute is to be able to confirm it. Reason being so is because, again, first time using USO. So I want to make sure that I cross the I's and dot the T's. So I'd rather have more than less. And when it comes to being able to use commodities like oil and shit like that, I'd rather be safe than sorry, right? So it is flying through, being able to get our data, which I can appreciate. Matter of fact, since it's doing that, let's go ahead and load it up for 24. Because remember, USO, I think, only goes back to 23. If that's, remember you saying that correctly? The reason I'm using USO is because of the volatility. Where do you get paid more off volatility? And USO, XLE is a little bit more liquid because XLE owns the actual stock company themselves, where USO is following the actual crude barrel, right? USO has 0 DTE. I want to see when it started. It told me the date. I think it was September of 23. Okay, late 23. So I can go back to 24. I'm pulling 25 right now. I can go get 24, and maybe 23 is going to be a little bit more. So I'm already in April. I love it. So now I'm just going to say 24, back. And then just let that go real quick. And we're going to have our QQQ data still going. That's on the 17th. And then I'm grabbing the USO data right now. So y'all just bear with me. I'm going to go grab some Yo Quiero Agua. And I'll be right back when I just wait for this to download, yeah? All right, we are waiting for our. Oh, hold on. Oh, fuck. Damn it. This is QQQ. I think you just finished QQQ, but IW. Damn it. All right, my QQQ data just finished, but I kind of closed. What did you finish off at? I closed somebody. This is USO. I closed Q. Fuck. I closed QQQ when that's the one that I really needed. Oh wait, did it finish? Okay, hold on. Review using terminal commands and make sure this is the full data for 2025 across 1 minute and 5 minute. And then shit, I need to do the same thing for QQQ. Using parquet tools, pay, arrow, and different terminal commands that allow you to search through parquet files efficiently. Right, we need you to review 2025 QQQ and make sure it is the full data set. Nothing is missing. Kind of like fat fingered that. I'm damn near mad at myself too for. Alright, that's fine. You can go ahead and create a file. You can go ahead and create a file. Alright, 0 DTE dates cover from the 3rd to the 25th, both 1 minute, open interest, no time frame. Okay. Alright, so you saw how quick that was. Let me go get 24. Okay, 24 is already loaded. Uh, 24. All right, 24 is downloaded. Double check before we combine and make sure there is nothing missing. That's why I told you to run terminal commands, you fucker. USO, I'm getting 24 as well. Perfect. Now let me verify. Okay. Okay. Beautiful. Bro, just advise over the chat. No need to create another file. Let me show you 2024. Shit, don't freeze. Don't freeze. Okay, I was about to say. Oh, it's already frozen for a second there. Alright, review using same terminal commands so you can see how we expect to combine it, but need to understand how we're going to do the 5-minute as well. First time working with this data set. Properly review and make sure there is no issues with that. All missing dates, okay. Review the following using terminal commands. Then once you do, we need to create the combined version for 2025 in the same path. Excuse me. For QQQ, once you do understand it. All right, bet. Now I'm kind of doing two things at once. This is fantastic. We're making progress. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Okay, you're in April. Is there a combine? There's not a combine. There's a combine to yearly right here. Let me just have you do that one. I just have you do that one. That's fine. Oh, you're doing your little VIX breakdown here. Okay. Beautiful. I'm getting the 2025 data, bruh. You already compressed it over there. Then I get to run this on actually strategies, man. So y'all gonna get what you actually came for. My fault that it took me a while in order to get here, but the fact that we're here is legit. And I'm also maybe going to create a little baby USO strat for y'all, depending on how long this thing takes. Please tell me you are doing that. And oh, I was about to say, bitch, but that's 24. I was like, bruh, I thought I had but it's 24. About to cuss this thing out. Combine. Okay, we're getting our QQQ data too. Bet, man. Now we're making strides. We're making strides, bruh. Who's the QQQ strategy? You know who's the QQQ strategy? You are. Review. Use. Okay. Fuck. Alright, bet. It's running through and being able to create it. We're almost done. I think it has one more file, then it'll be done. It has one more file, then it'll be Gucci. We have fucking from 20. Where are you at? What? Are you done? Oh, you're in June. Wait, are you done? You're in July. You're almost done. All right, proceed, but make sure to separate the 1 minute and 5 minute in their respective folders. All right, you should have one more, then you should be goo up. I don't want you. I'll keep you for later. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Data. Yeah. Your QQQ. Who do you trade, bro? Okay, you trade QQQ. Beautiful. Review and explain to us how this backtest works before we continue with our work. All right, I found the issue. Oh, look at that. Look at that. It was exactly what I told you what the problem was. Exactly what I told you the issue was, and that's what it is. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Our backtest is running. I'm running it on 2024. I want to be able to get a great baseline as to what's happening, what you're going on. You feel me? Then I'm going to run it on this newfound 2025 data. If I'd have ran this strategy in 2025, what would we have made? Because this is a bot that I'm not going to hold you so I can give y'all something. I'm going to make this bot live with y'all so you can see how I actually make an algo trading bot. Because this is a strategy that I definitely want to try. This is the first one that trades in the afternoon. Most of our 0 DTE bots trade in the morning and they're done by 12. But this one is taking the counter position. And all of our strategies start with $100, right? Because we want to dispel the notion that you need thousands of dollars in order to trade options. Not really, and especially if you bring in algo trading with this. So the strategy started at $100. Let's see how it performed. So it went from $100 to 18,000. That's not bad. 240 trades, 72% win streak. 72% win rate. And this is on 24, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just make sure. Yeah, this is on 24. So I want to take this. All right. Now get a baseline of performance for 2024. Make sure to review the Parquet files with the results as well before we proceed to get proper understanding. Use your tools, either Parquet tools, Pyero, right? Don't just read it in one go. All right, are you almost done? You're in October. And I'm also working on the side is being able to bring in our oil data, because I'm thinking about creating a strategy that is based off of USO. And if you've been watching the news, you would understand why. Because I think this is about to be a very interesting time, shall I say, for oil prices here in the US of A. Just my little hypothesis, right? And the way I'm going to test that hypothesis is being able to do a scientific experiment, like you're in school again. Is being able to back test it, but first I need to make sure that the data is Gucci them. You feel me? So I'm grabbing the data for USO while I'm back testing another data here, and it took me a while to get here because I had to go get the QQQ data. So this is USO data that I'm downloading from Theta Data. It's in December and it's almost done. So as soon as that's done, I'm going to come to this Cloud Code session because I already have 24 and 25, but I want to get 23 and see if I could go back and get 22 as well. So that'll be great. Then what I want to do here is 2024 we're going to say 23. All right, performance 18,000 from 0 to 18,000, 72% win streak. Profit factor is 5.8. What does profit factor tell me? For every $1 that we lost, the strategy said, you know what, I felt so bad that I had to go make $5 for you. Average win is $127. Average loss is $55. The slippage model is working. The RS exit is beautiful. We're capturing rate. Okay. 93% of trades gave back profit from the peak. The take profit exit are capturing 61.5% of the peak. The time exits capture 59.5. Here's the winners and losers. Trade patterns. Okay. Let me go run on 23 now. Okay, this should be 23 just to make sure. You're running on 23, right? Yep, 23. So we're running on 2023 so I can get some reference. Bet. Now, 2023 data for USO just finished. All right, let's do the same for 2023. 2023 for USO just finished. Just so I can understand. What is the most basic explanation of how this strategy works and its aim? Using only 128 total tokens for output response. Get me right, get me right. All right, now we got 2023 data. Let me go grab that. Only 57 days. Yeah, because USO was first launched in 23 as opposed to more in 24 and 25. So this 23 66% went streak. 240 trades went from $100 to 12,000. Right. Let's go have you review this one now. I think there's a couple of tweaks that I can make in order to make this strategy better. I just need to understand it a little bit more. So this is a bull bear power plus the DMA 0 DTE strategy. Simple explanation. What it does, we're trading 0 DTE options on QQQ/SPY during 1:30. Wait, what? Double check that this is QQQ and not both QQQ and SPY. That doesn't make sense. We're looking for strong intraday momentum. The entry signal is that the bull bear power must have this threshold, and then the fast line is above the slow line. And then for the puts, it works this way. The exit, this is our take exit threshold. Small accounts is catching momentum bursts. Currently is set to QQQ only. This backtest supports QQQ and SPY, but both right. Oh, I got you. And you froze. Did you freeze? Yes, you did. Give me a second. I just got to restart that now. That's always interesting. Double check across years. Oh, let's double check. Here is 2023 results. Fucking A, bro. All right, I'm just, hold on. Hey, bruv. Okay. Resume. Here is 2023 results. Run terminal commands in the RK file. And let's discuss before we proceed. Give me a second. All right, my fault. I appreciate you for your patience. My fault. The vibe stopped, huh? There we go. All right. So this is a momentum strategy, right? This is okay. Question: does this strategy have signal metrics that allows us to gauge if we're taking signals from initial or retest momentum strats? Does that make sense? Review and advice. All right, let me see if I can go grab 22 just to be like, okay. Let me grab 22. Let me just run it real quick. Let me see if I can actually grab the data for that. And it is. All right, bet. Go download. Looking at the code, there's no strategy distinguish between the initial and the retest momentum signals. Currently, it checks this. No look back. Does it check if this is the first crossover of the day or subsequent one? No trend persistence. No momentum acceleration. No prior memory. For auditing purposes, right? We know for breakouts, it is the initial and retest classification, right? But for momentum strategies, what classification would work before we proceed to add? What classification? That's crazy. Impulse extending, the first strong directional move, strong, okay, continuation, exhaustion, reversal of 4 PMA, okay. Impulse, continuation, exhaustion. All right. Let's run a few terminal commands to make sure that we can properly calculate this and work within our backtest, then gauge where we'll add it. Let's test via terminal commands first. It's the vibes. All right, bet. Okay, let's make sure that this works and there are no issues. This is before I want to run it on 25. I want to tweak a couple of things. Ben was supposed to do this, but I want to tweak a couple of things for this momentum strategy. And this strategy trades QQQ. I know it has both QQQ and SPY, but this is primarily going to be trading QQQ. And in addition to that, this strategy trades in the afternoon. So this is our first strategy that I'm going to turn into a bot. Classification is working. Let me test on multiple days to see if momentum create. Okay. Excuse me, this is going to be our first afternoon bot that I'm going to be using in order to do this, in order to trade. So that's why I want to kind of tweak a couple of things before I run it on 2025. And that's the data that I just pulled from Theta Data. So I just want to make sure it's Gucci before we go. Let me cross-reference with actual trade outcome. Okay. And I'm also going to add is ADX. ADX, so it can know what trend the market is right now, because I think it's trading in the blind. What ADX is going to do is measure how hard the prices are turning, right? If it's in an upward trend, only allow calls. Downward trend, only allow puts. If it's neutral, you can trade both ways. All right, get me right. Tell me what this data is telling me. All right, exhaust, impulse, continuation, exhaustion. Impulse signals are gold, 80% win streak, 22. Okay. Are solid. Okay. First. Okay. Before. And again, we're adding this for auditing purposes first before we have it block any signals. But before we do that, to add this to the backtest, we want to know, does the strategy know what type of market it is in? If not, run a few terminal commands to gauge how we'll use ADX with a period of either 3, 5, or 8 in order to determine if uptrend only calls, downtrend only puts, and neutral can trade both but require stronger conviction. Let's test before we add this as well. All right, we got a couple things baking, man. I have the 2022 USO data that's downloading. I have our QQQ momentum strategy that we're fixing up right here. And before we even, this is fine. This is Gucci. And we got the vibes playing in the background. Now, if the vibes are a little bit too loud, y'all just let me know and I could tweak it a little bit, right? So if it is a bit too loud, just let me know. So we're going to be adding two things, the regime classification and the momentum classification, both for auditing purposes. No, the regime classification is going to be, I want to trade with the market, not against it. And then the momentum classification, so we can see what kind of signals are coming in. And this is all foreign territory for me. Reason I want to say that, this is the first time I'm trading a strategy in the afternoon. Normally, our strategies are in the daytime, right? And this is a momentum strategy. So interesting, the count trend actually counter. Okay, let me test different shit. Just keep the all right, bet. I just finished up 2022. Let me go check it. All right, let's review. And once confirmed complete, let's do the same so we can combine. Interesting findings. Now let me look at this with the BB power signal filter. Proper. I appreciate you. Oh, because you back over there. I'm looking for something. You ever be looking for something and it's just like right in front of you, but you can't see it until you're not looking for it? That's what this is. Missing dates. Let's investigate first. Okay, count, win rate, neutral. Surprising that the counter trend calls in a downtrend and the puts in the uptrend have an 88% win streak versus 72 with the line. That's interesting. Combined. Continue reversion bounces. Exhaustion is the remains the killer candle. Okay. All right. Let's proceed to implement these so we can properly gauge and track performance. All right, perfect. Now we're getting that in. We're getting that proper square away. Damn, they're just blowing out the Titans. Calculate. Okay. Let me just put you on auto so that. Let's test the terminal commands to confirm this. That dates are not available after that date for 0DT USO from data. Review using terminal commands, then advise. I'll go get some. Oh, I thought you had it. Let me find where the trade directory is built, and when I run the backtest, I knew to add the autumn columns. Beautiful. So you just read the whole thing exactly. The data is available. So what did we do wrong? What did I do wrong? I'm funking right now. I don't know if y'all like the vibes, but I really do like it. Like it's keeping the people going. You don't want to win. If it's too aggressive, let me know and I can tamper it. Tamper down a bit, yeah? Refetch with the trade-in point instead of, no, you fucker. I'm running it. Test with trade quote because that is what we've been using. All right. Go get some. Let's go, baby. Let's see if we did improve. I don't know. Let's see if that was like 18, 19, whatever it was. Let's see if we do improve. Looks like we're taking a little bit more trades in action. I'm not gonna hold you. It looks like we took a little bit more action, fam. I'm not gonna hold you. I don't know if it hurt or helped or did anything. Oh, you know what? I ain't even, man, I got something. I got something in my back pocket that I'm just gonna wait. And let's discuss based on new updates. Noted data found. Okay. No. So how many dates we have from 2023 to 2025 for USO? Damn, you're about to compact too. I feel like everybody just want to leave the party, bruh, instead of trying to stay at the party. Okay, new metrics are working. Here's the key finding is the impulse, 129, 77% win streak. The exhaustion signals are the clear losers, 15% win streak, dragging down the returns by $1,300. The market regime analysis, surprising that the downward trend performs best in 2023. The bear year, I call that more of a choppy year than a bear year. Signal alignment, aligned, counter. Key insights is that the impulse dominates regardless of the alignment. They're profitable. The exhaustion is toxic. Even in the aligned, exhaustion signals lose money. You know what I was supposed to do too? How many TPs are here and what is the SL? Take profit and stop loss. Exit reason. Okay. All right. We want to add TP2, 11.8%. And we're going to have it where we are going to exit on whichever happens first. Does that make sense? Okay. I didn't even do 2022 yet. I don't even think I want to do 2022. No, yeah. Okay, let me show you a back test real quick. This is a completely different back test, but so you can see how it works with two TPs. Use RG, BAT, FD, and different terminal commands to understand it. From 23 to 25, I think that's lit. Okay. I think that's lit what we have. So I'm Gucci with it. So I am fine, yeah. And she like proper see how it's done, so we can like really get it aligned, so we can run the back test for the people then. No. No. No, we want it to have 2 TPs, right? Where we are aiming for the higher one, but we'll take whichever happens within the duration of the max hold time. Don't overthink this. Does that make sense, and understand how to implement it? %, bro. I got it to take profits, whichever exits first within the 3 minutes. Aiming for this, so we'll take this. If the TP1 not hit, let me check the math. Each minute we're gonna check if, yep. Beautiful. This alone by itself. Okay, let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. All right, so let's see if these changes have any impact on this work. Let's say, damn it, hold on. All right, let's see what's Gucci Dem. Did this have any impact? A little bit, but I went down. That's interesting. Why did I go down? The win rate went up, but the actual profits went down. That's interesting. That's interesting. Now I want to find out why. Let's find out why. Review using the terminal commands, parquet tools, pay arrow, etc. Then let's discuss results. Let's discuss it because I'm seeing it a bit of a degradation. What are you seeing? What am I not seeing? Let's discuss. Let's have a chat. Yeah. Both TPs are working. Let me get more details. But like, why did it go down? Because I expected, like, yeah, the TP to be able to help out, but not to sync performance. I didn't expect TP to be able to drag down performance though. All right, TP to okay. Zero execution. Capture 45 additional wins, but would have either exited via time stop or RS. The lower take profit than before because the TP are exiting early and letting. Let's be more conservative approach with the higher. Excuse me. Okay, but double check and make sure before we continue with the TP impact. You're about to compact, so while you do that, let me just go look at data. Spread, okay. There you go. Now I'll tell you about the compact. But how can I, if I wanted to update the DMA, that's what I'm looking for right now. Being able to update the crossovers. Because I think I have. Are we using yep, Pandas TA is coming in. So okay. I have ideas, but alright. You go live. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come back here. We have our USO data. And now that's Gucci. Okay. So I'm gonna do. Let me start a new session to see if I can create a strategy for the oil that I think is about to start popping soon. It's the oil, baby. It's the oil, baby. I'm gonna say, let me say black gold. Black gold. Alright, I can close you. You come here. Run code. Alright, before, let me come back here because you finished. Can you advise if we can update the slow and fast MAs and the periods and the moving averages use themselves? Advise. All right, so while you're doing that, what do you know about USO? Yes, you can. All right. We want to make the slow MA K A MA. Let's double check that we can, and want to do fast DEMA, same period, equal to, and then KAMA period equal 4 for slow. Makes sense? I think that's, I don't have any specific context about USO in your question. USO could mean the mean. Bro, stop being a dick. We're talking about this one. Let's discuss. Makes sense. Okay. All right, let me let you get this right. The United States oil. Okay. Double check and make sure good before we run it. All right, the United States Oil Fund, or USO, is an exchange-traded fund that tracks the prices of the West Texas Intermediate WTI crude oil. And here are the key points. The ETF that aims to reflect the daily changes in the percentage terms of the spot prices of WTI crude oil. Can you explain WTI crude oil? I have West Texas Intermediate on the NYSE ARCA under symbol WT. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Primarily invest in oil future contracts rather than the physical oil. Uses front month futures contracts and rolls them forward to avoid expiration. Subject to contango and then backwardation effects and then future curves. Consideration contango decay. Okay. Can you explain and contango decay? And first time I'm hearing these things. Okay. Like 12. All right, ready to run the back test. Ready to run the back test. All right. While that's running, let's come back over here. So think of WTI, the West Texas instrument, like a specific brand of oil, like how Coca-Cola has specific brands of soda. It's oil that comes from Texas and it's really good quality. So people use its price to figure out what oil costs everywhere. The futures contracts, instead of buying actual barrels of oil, which could be messy, people buy promises to get oil later. It's like preloading a video game. You pay now, you get in 3 months. Imagine you want to buy a PlayStation 5 and today's price is $500. We pre-order it 3 months from now, it's $520. 6 months from now, it's $530. The future prices are higher. Future prices are higher than today's prices. That's contango. The cost more later. So future prices are higher than today's prices. That's contango. Cost more later. Backwardation. Now imagine a concert ticket. Today's price is $100. Ticket in next month is $80. Ticket in 3 months is $60. Future prices are cheaper than today's prices. That's backwardation. The cost less later. Contango, that's bad for USO. Remember the PS5 example? If you keep rolling over your pre-orders, canceling the 521 and buying the 531, you keep paying more and more. That's what happens to USO. It slowly loses money even if the oil prices stay the same. Interesting. Let me see. I mean, it barely even moved. Okay. Review. Based on what we have done. I'm gonna need to really spend some time there. Slightly worse PNL, but better win rate for more consistency. Lose more. The audit momentum confirms the pattern. Let's try to 12. Same. 212. let's move from DMA to HMA. Keep everything else the same. And then update to run on 2024. All right, let's get right. Let's get right. Let's get right. Good. I'm gonna have to come back to this oil gang. I'm gonna have to come back to this oil gang. Oh damn, y'all get y'all ass. I think this may be a little too loud. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Is that better? I don't think so. I don't know. Let me see. You and let's discuss. All right, we're going to do that, but before, can you advise that once the signal triggers, what is used as a confirmation for the signal? Okay, so CJ Stroud is not in the game no more. Okay, current, no additional confirmation. That's it. Once both conditions are met, we enter immediately. There's no additional confirmation like volume, price action, RSI. The strategy trusts that the BB power and the MA crossover is sufficient. The audit metrics are tracked but not blocking signals. Okay. Before we add that, what would be the best confirmation to use based on the strategy? Right, don't guess. Advise what the data is telling us, and also check what is the ADX period we're using. It is 16:10. The Falcons on top. Okay, 5. Let me analyze. Okay. I think we can go ahead into 3. I'm not gonna hold you. What confirms them? Right now, we're trying to figure out what is the biggest factor that confirms our winning trades, right? Is it the volume? Is it the fact that we're on the same pace with trends, right? Is it the fact that we have entered with this being the initial momentum breakout? And this is for a breakout momentum strategy. Okay, here it is. The data is clear. The best confirmation is the DEA separation, the MA crossover strength, combined with the fresh and then the strong separation. Okay. 68% profits. The 88 sweet spot is okay. Not too strong, not too weak. Primary confirmation or stricter. Blocks 72% of weak trades. All right, let's double check that the DMA separation is true and no issues before we proceed to implement this, as well as the exhaustion, or do we need that as well? I'm just going to have it double check its work before we actually implement this into our strategy. Then once we actually get this implemented, and if I like the numbers or not, then I may even create the bot, or I may just save that for later. Because right now the biggest thing is to be able to, I want to run this strategy on 2025 and see how well it performs. I have the 2025 data. The DMA, okay, let me back. Okay, DMA separation verified is correct. Let me just make sure. Okay. I love it. I love it. Talk your talk. Let's go. Okay, exhaustion blocking, P&L impact, DMA filter. To implement 5% require DML. Okay. Okay. But the DMA is going to be the confirmation, right? How will the exhaustion play a part in this? How is the exhaustion part going to play a part? And I just want to make sure we're Gucci. I just want to make sure we are good. Before going. 4th and 23. Goodness gracious. That's when they talk about 4th and a mile. Oh, look at that. They know how to score a touchdown. Jamar Chase got in the end zone. It is 18-17. The Bengals are up. Key findings is DMA doesn't fully catch the exhaustion. DMA, okay. The DMA has a separation, cuts too many good trades. The exhaustion alone is cleaner. It separates the problem, fading momentum while without blocking the valid signals, and just has a tighter. Okay. Double check the exhaustion. And once confirmed, let's add. And then drop the ADX period to 3 as well. Double check and let's make sure we're gubernatorially correct. I don't even know if that's a proper term. I don't think so. After like 3 hours, 2 hours, you just start getting a little fuzzy. But that doesn't mean you lose efficacy. Exhaustion, this cash didn't. Okay, beautiful. I love it. Myles Garrett is always breaking records, but is he going to get on a great team? 23 sacks, and Myles Garrett breaks the NFL single sack season with his 23rd of the season. But can you get in the playoffs? That's cool for individual stats and all that. And you are a first-round ballot Hall of Famer, but can you play meaningful football? I don't know the last time they played meaningful football. Maybe things are changing. They just stopped the 2-point conversion, and all they need is a field goal in order to win. So maybe the Browns are turning things around with Shedeur Sanders. Maybe this is the time. It won't be the same sad-ass Browns, right? But I don't know. Shit will be interesting. And I know I'm talking about football. We're talking about trading here, but that's what I'm watching. I have some opinions too. All right, so let's see how much of an impact this is. I'm already seeing a few trades get blocked based on the exhaustion. So I have no qualms with that. This looked like we're a little bit more aligned. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see right now. Oh, shit. Y'all, I did two things. I added the exhaustion, right, to be able to like block the exhaustion, right, and then I lowered the ADX and went from 15,000 and we gained damn near 11,000 in trades, and then when where it went up. So that's why I'm laughing. I'm like, damn, we really are doing something here, man. See, this is where I was at before. Now look where I'm at. Right? Now look where I'm at. Big man things. Big man things, bruv. All right, review and let's discuss. All right, come on, Shedeur. I don't understand how Minnesota beat down the Packers like that. I say beat them down. I know this is something that got me like I'm still tripping about. Like I wasn't even thinking something like that was going to happen. Look, one little thing: exhaustion filter plus ADX was able to add $11,000. That's crazy. The exhaustion filter only we're trading the impulse and the continuation trades now. The impulse trades are dominating. No RS. Okay. All right, upward trend, stop loss drop from 18 to 5, much cleaner exits, is working well. Let me confirm. What is the period? Oh, let's go. These periods for DMA and KMA before we do that. Yeah, we're really making beautiful strides now. It only took me 4 hours. Sometimes patience pays, right? That's why there's that term. Patience does pay. Okay, we're using 2-4. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Let me run it on 2023 now. 2024. Oh shit. 2023. Okay. Oh, That's what I'm going to do next, is being able to add VIX aware position sizing. Patience is an investment. I definitely agree with that, because sometimes we want things to happen overnight, but that's not always how you get rich. I mean, there's going to be anomalies that happen, right, where like we're going to be able to like go from $100 to 10,000 overnight, but don't expect that to be the common occurrence, right? That's the exception, not the rule. The rule is to be able to do your due diligence, right? It pays to go the boring, slow route, because most people don't want to go that way. Most people want to go the expedient microwave type route, where it's like, all right, I want it now. But go ahead and put it in the oven, man. Put it in the oven and wait your 30 minutes. Wait your 30, 45 minutes, because it's going to taste a lot better than being able to put something in the microwave, right? Even though sometimes the microwave food is always good. And I know this analogy is going places, but follow me. I know the microwave food is sometimes good, but food is always better from the oven. So we're just taking the oven route. Oh, combined with consistency, nobody's stopping you. Nobody's stopping you. And that's what I want to be doing a lot more here, is just being a lot more consistent, right? Look at that. 2023, 124,000. That's crazy. One little thing, man. I still have one more idea that I want to do, which is the VIX-based position sizing. If I do this VIX-based position sizing, I think it's really going to slide, right? That's crazy. This is where we started. This is where I'm at. %, 24. That's crazy. Still mud. Mud. Oh, but Happy New Year to you, Shigami, man. I hope everything's been going well, and I hope the turn of the year has been a great and peaceful to you, and I hope many, many blessings for you for this upcoming year. Review, and let's discuss. Definitely. Okay. Who has the VIX-based pricing? Big facts, man. Big facts. No, this is what I want to do. I told you. Boom. I want to review the VIX-based. Okay, here it is. VIX-based position sizing. This is what I want to take and add to this strategy as well, because I forgot to add it last time, and this is going to be the plug, especially with what's going on right now in the global scheme of things. I appreciate that, man. Really, really do appreciate that. Big things coming for us, man. Big things coming for us. I'm telling you. All right. Review using RG, BAT, FD, AUK, less, head, and different terminal commands to understand the VIX-based position sizing that we want to add to this strat. Make sure to properly get it before we proceed with adding it. All right, Shador, go do something with it. I think this was the closest game. Maybe that touchdown. Oh, almost. Isaiah Bond, almost. Oh, almost, bro. He almost had him. Shador's not a runner, though. That's just the interesting part. All right. Make sure you properly get it, and then once you do, let's implement it into BB Power. Let's make sure you properly get it. And I'm going to do this USO strategy. I need to take it under advisement for right now. There's a couple of things about it that's like new terminology that I really just need to spend some time on it real quick. But that's going to be on the list this week for us to be able to create and get done, is because I think oil prices are about to explode right now. If you've been following the news, especially US or geopolitics, you would know what the hell I'm talking about. Right. But with that in place, I really do think oil prices are going to go through the roof. And I think this is just, let me not say it. Let's just wait. Let's see. But I think this market is going to be very, very the motherfucking volatile these next couple of weeks. Oh, let's go. I told you the Browns are going, man, Browns football. If I was a Browns fan, I'll be lit right now. Holy shit. The Cleveland Browns came back and played some football, man. I think y'all are going to be okay. I just got to close out this game. Let's go from one great football game to the next. Houston and the Colts. All y'all need is a field goal to take the lead. Oh! Oh! Let's go. Now I have a complete picture. With the Saints win, the Falcons go, but with the Falcons win, the Carolina Panthers go. I thought it was the opposite. That's interesting. All right, this right here should be a nice little addition to our strategy before I run it on 2025. I'm just waiting for Claude Code to finish its final little edits. And as soon as it's done with that, then I'm going to back test it on 2025 and see how well it does perform. Philip Rivers. The fact that you're playing football is just hilarious. All right, come on, baby. Let me know we're right. Now I need to add the VIX loading before the loop and update the position call. Let me find where the position size is called. Now I need to add the VIX loading at the start of the run backtest, update the position size with the call VIX, and then add VIX trade output. Okay. I did not think, I kind of did, but I didn't think y'all was gonna get work like that. So it looks like Carolina Panthers are going to the playoffs. All right, perfect. Now we can run our back test. Now we can go run our back test and go see how well it performs based on what we did. Let me know I'm good because I just ran it. It is running at this. Okay, I was about to say you can't say nothing now. All right, let's see the impact on this. I just added the VIX position-based sizing. Oh, you got it. All y'all need is 3, man. Dry down the field. I just added the VIX position-based sizing to see. I wanted to add this because just a little bit forward-looking, right? Based on what I think the market is going to do. VIX is going to be jumping a lot lately. So for the strategies to be VIX aware, I think that makes sense more so for the position management, right? Not necessarily for the signals themselves, right? Oh, okay, beautiful. All right, so let's look at the results. 30, look at that. I feel like everything that I'm doing is just, it went from 15,000 to 26,000. Now we're at 36,000. All right, now I think I'm ready to run it on 2025. Now I think I'm ready to run on 2025. And the only thing I just added was I had 12,000 at one point in time. Only thing I just added was the VIX position based sizing, right? I adjusted the ADX, and then I added, I kind of did one other thing, was that I moved the it's DEMA and then KAMA, fast and slow crossover. All right, review, and let's discuss. All right, this strategy, I'm ready to run it on 2025. 2024. I'm ready to run it on 2025 and seeing if I would have ran this strategy last year, how much we would have made while you're still trying to figure out your life. All right, bet. First time running our strategy on 2025. This is kind of exciting. Oh, fuck. Come on. All right, review, and let's find the issue and properly fix it. See? Downward trend is still crushing it. I need to run it on 2025 so I can validate that we're Gucci. No. Oh shit. I need to, damn it. All right, let me go grab this super fast. I forgot 2025 open, high, low, close. Give me 2 seconds. It's literally going to take, I know we've been downloading data this entire time, but it's literally not going to take that long as before. I need to go open up IBKR. IBKR. And I came here too, bro, but I just didn't. Fuck. IBKR stock fetcher. So same thing with the options. I just gotta update it so I can actually pull it real quick. Okay. Matter of fact, I really do need all of them. 12, 31. But I kind of just give me. Oh shit. I put SPY, but I need QQQ. Hold on. Oh, Conda activate. Options, baby. Come on. Come on. Y'all give me a second. It's having. Where are you? RBKR. Give me a second. Whoa. Give me 2 shakes of a second. Resume. Attempting to download the data. Got this issue. Let's find out why. All right. I told you it's reachable and it's working. I don't know why it's not. Interesting. The connection test works fine. The issue is likely that the stock vector. Let me check what's different. The connection resets by peers typically means that TWS connection was immediately closed. No active connections. Let me try running the fetcher with more debugging. Wait, there's like 2 games I need to keep my eye on. Oh, they scored. The Saints scored. I see the issue. We need for the full year of 2025 for QQQ stock data for 1 minute. Let's find out what we're doing wrong and fix it. Why? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. We've done it multiple times before from IBKR. Oh my goodness. I don't feel like arguing with this thing right now. Let me verify the configs. Shit, let me verify by running. All right, bet. We are getting the data I need now. We are getting the data. Holy cow, why is this? All right. I am definitely not going to have y'all sit through this again. IBKR. So this is where we're going to park it. What I'm going to do is let me just update so we can run on 2024. That's crazy that this is like the slowest I've seen it, but you know what? The fact that you're going, Just get done. Just get done. Okay, looks like the Carolina Panthers are in. I was gonna say, kinda activate. Algo, baby. All right, we're running it on 2024. And then I still am downloading, and I'm not gonna have y'all wait again. If by the time the back test finish and it's not there, I'm just going to call it, put a pin in it today. We're going about 4.5 hours, a little bit longer than I wanted to, but again, I feel like I got a lot done throughout this video, and we were able to discuss and go over a wealth of knowledge. Right. So I'm super excited and dope about this. This is still a bot that I need to create so we can actually have it. And the great thing about this bot, like as long as I have it done before like 11:30, 12 tomorrow, I can run it tomorrow. Because this bot trades in the afternoon. It doesn't trade in the morning like my other bots. Right. So I want to finish with this back test. I want to see how well it performs. And while I still need to go pull open high low close data, which I thought I did, but apparently I didn't. All right, let's look. Oh, look at that, we got better. Got him. Got him. Got him. All right, let me copy. 24%. That's crazy. Review and let's discuss. Let's discuss and let's make sure we are right. Two years. Solid. Yeah, this is where I'm going to park it, ladies and gentlemen. I really do appreciate y'all being with us. We did a lot of great stuff today. Not only just being able to go over the top 3 lessons that I reviewed or learned from paper trading in 2025, but also being able to improve this strategy. Was kind of a flounder. Now it is profiting across 2 years, $75,000, starting at $100. So that's not bad. We also made a couple of improvements to it. So I still have to make the bot for this particular strategy so I can paper trade it tomorrow. And I'm looking forward. I'm really looking forward. I think I'm going to make it a special because I think tomorrow is going to be like not a Super Bowl, but a very interesting day for trading. So if you do like trading, I would probably tune in because I have a couple of great things planned for y'all. But until then, it is your boy Kreative. I will be back at it again with another episode. Y'all stay great. Shigami, I appreciate you for stopping by. And if you haven't already, please make sure you like and subscribe. If you like this, guess what? Other people may too. So let's go ahead and push it out as far as we can.